that all electoral officers in states must bring their returns to Abuja physically.
Yes.
Again, that we get to a crossroad, and that will be solved, I'm sure, after this election. Electronically, we can transfer those results to Abuja without moving them physically down.
I think it is this distrust of the electronic system that, if you remember yesterday when one collation officer was reading his result from some sort of script, the chairman of Inex said, no, use that original one, so that nobody accuses us of having manipulated anything. It's the distrust, the mistrust of these electronic transmissions that is making the commission say, look, come physically, bring it physically, let's see the hard copy, because you know what happens in these electronic manipulations. However, when I was talking about logistics vis-a-vis technology, I had to come in yesterday by road from Imo State because I needed to be here. So all these other officers, where they didn't, whether if they couldn't get a flight, they entered the road.
And some of them possibly traveled all night.
All night to be able to be there. And those of them we're going to take this morning came in the night. So our logistics, physical logistics, infrastructural logistics have to be tied to the technologies we import.
There are some corrections that we can't make before the next the governorship election in less than 2 weeks from now. But those corrections can easily be addressed by the National Assembly when a new government comes in. One of them will be amending the Electoral Act to make it possible to transfer returns from states electronically.
Yes, if you remember the revered late President Yaradua, the man was humble enough, sincere enough to say the process that brought him in was flawed. And he wanted that process to be reviewed and improved upon. I think it will also take such sincerity of purpose, such humility and honesty of whoever emerges president to say, look, gentlemen, I want these and these and these and these areas to be looked into so that our process of electioneering gets better and that we make progress in the electioneering process that compares with the process anywhere in the world, and takes, of course, as I said, into consideration the literacy level of our people, the infrastructural technology available, so that we don't make a mess of the people. It is possible, but as you said, it has to be a new legislature that can do that, not the present one.
You talk about literacy level.
Yes.
The one that involves the people, we have conquered. The one where the people are directly involved. The next stage does not involve the masses. It involves the organizers.
Okay, I don't know where your booth was.
Where
your booth was in NTA.
Beautiful. Yes, it's area 11.
Okay,
here.
Okay, it's the booth of literate people. In my booth, I had this problem that an old, almost half-blind man, because because of his age, is not seeing well. Will now want somebody to say, show me where I should thumbprint.
I surprise you, Dr. Paddy Ndoku. Nigerians are very liberal enough in that circumstance to allow, even though it violates the law, to allow someone to tell him he will now dictate where he wants. And the electoral officers, I've seen situations like that.
Very good.
Where electoral officers now say, okay, show him because he so demands and he's handicapped.
Good. But you see, the same electoral officer does not wait there to see exactly where he shows him.
Okay. Oh, yes.
You see the problem? Okay. Yes. Because I had to deal with this in my booth. I said, okay, just point out to him and allow him the liberty to. But when such people are not as,
yes, liberal and accommodating.
As you and I, they go and say, okay, don't print here. Which is their
not where they
in fact, one old man came and complained to me and said, look, what are these people doing? They couldn't show me where to print. I said, sir, they are not supposed to show you because they'll show you where they want. He said, but they should have known that my eyes are already failing. And that the drawing of the broom and the umbrella,
yes.
they are faint in my eyes.
Yes, okay.
So some of these things are lessons we learn every day. Yes. And I am sure all over the country this happens.
We can't legislate on this.
No, we can't legislate, but we can educate.
Okay.
We can educate. We can print bolder signs that are more legible to those people, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of lessons to be learned from what we've done so far, to improve upon even what we're going to do in the next 2 weeks, and what we're going to do in future.
But then you still have not that next stage where we want modernity,
yes,
and technology,
yes,
to influence.
Yes,
that does not concern the old man.
I did say
it concerns
it's legislation, as you said, but we are saying that any modernity we have to bring in must take into consideration the realities of our psyche, of our propensity to abuse modernity.
After considering all that,
yes,
if we could compel or force on the citizenry, if you permit me that use,
yes, go ahead,
the use of the card reader,
yes,
which involved more illiterate people, what stops us from moving the next step, which does not really concern it just takes the declaration of the results and compilation of the results?
Sure, we must move the next step. You and I are saying the same thing, but I'm saying we must also make sure that that next step is not abused by any mischievous whiz-kids. That's the idea. I don't want you to say your state, stay in your state and transmit something to me, and the copy I get is not exactly what you transmitted, but what some other person transmitted, and you announce and you cause mayhem in the place. So we must put the safety valves to make sure that that next step is properly safeguarded. Electronic improvements, as you're saying.
Now we have seen a considerable number of presidential results declared from states, 19 states so far. We are expecting more. Tell us what you feel about the trend of the voting pattern.
Well, the voting pattern, it's interesting. In places where people might have neglected that these votes are going to count, you will see accredited voters, so many, actual voters that came, so many. There are question marks. Why is that so? Is it because the people were nonchalant about coming to vote after they've been accredited? Or registered voters, so many, accredited, so many, and actual voters, so many. You see these differences. Is it that after the people registered, they couldn't come to be accredited?
Or their votes were nullified in the process after they have voted?
Yeah, but even the collation officers told us where votes were nullified.
Yes.
But there are states where almost 50% of the registered voters did not even show up for accreditation.
Yes.
And after accreditation, you still had a shortfall of actual voters that voted. That raises questions that we'll have to ask about. Is it because the people willfully decided not to come back? Is it because their voters' cards were not issued out to them, even though they were registered voters? Is it because they were nonchalant? These are issues. These are analyses to be made. But invariably, the lesson to be learned so far from the 50% we've got is that democracy is tied to demography.
We all agreed that this election stirred up so much interest. Comparatively, in terms of figures, in spite of the points you have just made, in spite of the shortfall from the number of registered voters and the number that eventually voted, we still have a very high turnout of voters comparing with previous elections.
Yeah, very high turnout of voters in certain areas. Low turnout of voters in other areas. This is a question I said we should study. You saw Lagos. I mean, from what they released yesterday, we're going to get the official thing from Inex now, but from news coming in from Lagos, you saw Abuja, for example. Some people had higher turnout in 2011 than now.
Yes.
Some people have almost doubled their turnout now than in 2011. These are interesting questions that should agitate our minds. What went right or wrong in each of these areas?
Okay. Now let's talk specifically about the presidential election, which we are still studying. And indeed, not many of us are addressing our minds to the National Assembly result. We are all more focused on the presidential result. What does it take to do you know the constitutional provisions to install a president? What does a president need to win to be declared a president?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. It's well, I had said earlier, the political space has been opened and sanitized, that it now interests people to participate in politics. They see a politician almost as a career person now. So it becomes quite interesting. An opposition has come up for the first time, and a very strong opposition is battling the ruling party.
Yes.
Now, for you to be president, you need to win 1/4 of the votes cast in every of 24 states of the federation, of the 36 states and FCT. That is 25% of the votes cast in 24 states.
Yes.
Good. And after doing that, you will still need to have the majority of the popular votes. You know, so the candidates are coming neck to neck. APC is the way they are going may make 24 states, 25% of the votes in 24 states. PDP may make 25% of the votes cast in 24 states and FCT. Now the problem may become who wins the majority of the popular votes, which makes it interesting, which makes anybody who wants to be president in this country and any party who wants to produce a president to be able to convince the generality of Nigerians about their program for the people, because you cannot bank on one probably ethnic group or religious group, because they cannot give you 25% in 24 states.
True.
So it makes it more and more interesting.
Yes.
Why you said we seem not to be interested in the legislature is that, you know, the pilot of statecraft is the president.
Okay.
Even though it's a collegiate system.
We are seeing pictures from the National Collation Center, the International Conference Center, and these are just pictures to tell us what has been happening in that place.
Exactly.
You can go on.
So, even though it's a collegiate system where there's the judiciary, the legislature, and so on and so forth, but the main pilot of governance is the president.
Yes.
And that's why we're concentrating so much effort on the president. The legislature is coming on quite interesting, in the sense that some people you expected were going to come up, were going to win, have lost. And we're still expecting some more results. It's quite interesting so far.
The powers of the president, is that not why it seems everything is going to fall on the head of Nigeria if a president does not, if does not come from somewhere or from a party and all that? Isn't there too much focus on the presidency?
Not just the powers of the president, even the fiscal system we are running. When people were saying, okay, decentralize this, and so that the zones or the states can be a little bit more independent. They were misunderstood.
When we are running a federal system, that is to be given in the federal system.
Exactly. No, the federal system has to show real federation. Powers from the various areas that have been federated, And if you don't create a weaker center, you are going to create a stronger president. It is the president that shares out the feeding bottles. Okay?
Yes.
So everybody would want to be that president. And that's why people seem to overlook what is happening in their states. The president doles it out because of the fiscal system we have now. Okay? Yeah. Every day you see commissioners of finance coming here for fact meeting, waiting to see how much. The governor stays there and continues calling his accountant general to say how much have they given us this month. They're producing little or nothing in the states. So unless that is corrected, the president will continue acting God.
But then again, that is not to underrate the powers of the National Assembly. Again, all of a sudden now, people are supposed to be looking at the composition of the National Assembly, the parties that form the majority in the National Assembly. That is another area of concern for you, isn't it? I mean, not negative concern, at least in terms of attention.
Of interest. It's of interest to me because when I was talking about doling out feeding bottles, it is actually the National Assembly that says, Mr. President, this is the number of bottles we are going to dole out. Okay? So they have their powers, which you cannot deny. And the constitution of that assembly is very important. Even as we are saying, if we have to change the system, it is still that National Assembly that is going to change the system. They are the ones going to make the laws which the president, as the chief executive officer of the nation, executes.
Some big names have fallen by the roadside in the National Assembly, senatorial elections particularly. What may have accounted for that? You have a smaller electorate, so to say, not the national constituency, a smaller constituency. And yet, some people who were thought to have done well in the last Senate, for instance, could not muster votes in their small constituency.
That is the beauty of democracy. I don't know whether you remember the late Ombadiwe. He said, I'm a man of timber and caliber.
That's it.
The other man challenged him. He said, okay, I'm now a juggernaut. The man further challenged him. He said, okay, I'm now an institution.
Yes.
An institution, which means you can't do anything. The people of Nigeria are the institution. They are the ones who decide whether you are a big name or not. And that's why you must go back to them. And that's the beauty of democracy. People who felt they were larger than life, that after God, it is them. The people are now trying to prove to them that, I'm sorry, we the people are the ones who decide what you can be. And even the man who has won now, the woman who has won now, has to learn a lesson from this.
Yes.
That these are the people from whom you draw your power, who give you whatever status you think you have attained. It is quite instructive that certain names you thought were juggernauts have been destroyed by the institutions. The institution are the people of Nigeria, the people of the constituency. Those, the power of the ballot is stronger than the power of the bullet. This is the thing. It is one thing. It is your ballot paper, as you are staying here, that equates you to the president of this country because he casts one and you cast one. He cannot come there and say, because I'm the president, I have to put 2 ballot papers. So he takes one and you take one. So when that time of reckoning comes, you must go and show exactly if you're popular or you are not, if you have pleased the people or you have not pleased them. So I think to a large extent, the result that is coming from these National Assembly elections are quite instructive. They are going to build us up more. They are going to humble the people that are going in there more so that they do what their people want, because at a certain time they must fall back to these people to draw the democratic and political oxygen they need to go along with.
You are not a politician.
No.
But I know you interact a lot. What do you think our people want? What do they want? How can a politician satisfy our people?
Our people actually are being miseducated and misguided. Our people are now because of the rent economy we are running, our people tend to even disenfranchise themselves economically to start depending on their politicians. Because they think that the politician goes to Abuja to cart money down to his own house, and that his means have no end. This is miseducation.
But they would think that when they see the way he lives, they would think, don't you think they will be justified to think that way when they see the transformation in his lifestyle?
Thank you. But it's also wrong to believe that everybody has to live the same way. You do not have all the appurtenances of office that the Director General of NTA has. He has a bigger head for bigger headaches. You see what I mean?
Sure.
So certain amenities are given to him to cushion his bigger headaches. Our people now believe that once you go there and you change your car and this is everybody has to be so sorry.
What are the bigger headaches?
Yes.
That's actually why I asked that question, because once you occupy a big office, you automatically have a bigger headache.
Naturally.
Not in terms of the job you are supposed to be doing there, but in terms of what people expect of you.
Yeah, even the job you are doing. No, let's not.
That's
let's
a big
not
headache.
overlook.
No doubt about that.
It's a big headache.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the problem.
I'm trying to relate that to the question I asked. What do our people want?
Yes, I'm going to that. What I think our people should have wanted was an enabling atmosphere to be more productive on their own. You said here, I'm not a politician. I am quite busy. If you call me for a rally to come and hang around in the field and be shouting, I don't have time for that because I am busy. I'm otherwise busy. If I wasn't busy, I would find it worth my while to be shouting around every day. So we now have too many people who are idle. I think what they should want is an environment that makes them more productive on their own, so that they can even stand aloof and judge more objectively the politician. But I told you I'm just coming back from the field.
Yes.
Now, the field is that everybody wants to be called. When you call them, you have to bring drinks and this and that and that, and you have to probably dole out something at the end of it. This thing you are doling out, where is it coming from? So these things are self-perpetuating, corruptive processes in the system. So the point I am making is that our people want to live like the politician they have sent up there. And all of us cannot be politicians, all of us cannot be legislators, all of us cannot be ministers, all of us cannot be presidents. It may interest you to know that of all the 14 presidential candidates that contested, only one will emerge.
Sure.
And it would be wrong of the 13 that failed to think that they will have to live like the one that emerged and have all the presidential aircraft and so on and so forth. Of all the candidates that contested for the Senate, only 109 will emerge. So the rest must get back to work. But what we are doing now, we are taking politics. The whole nation seems to be taking politics as their profession. It should not be so. And mind you, democracy is a system whereby people who go to work now select who is going to run services for them. And they go back to work. They go to their factories. They go to their farms and continue work, knowing that the people they've selected are making the laws, and the ones that are executing the laws are executing them. But if we create a system whereby all of us have to be lawmakers, all of us have to be in the executive, the economy will go down and the country will go down. What do our people want? Our people want the goodies of life, but they should know that these goodies of life we have to work for.
Okay, let's go to results of states that have so far been declared. Ekiti was one of the first states declared.
Yes.
And PDP had it 176,000, and then APC 120,000. Give us your impression about Ekiti State.
Interesting. 176, 170, difference of 76,000 votes, which shows you that healthy political rivalry is there. it is not such a landslide that makes you now feel that, oh, the people that voted for APC, their votes did not count. It shows that there was healthy competition.
There are times when the parties would not mind losing for as long as they get the 25% we spoke about earlier.
It does happen.
Yes.
Because they know that one state alone, especially if it is not a state with a high population value that can sway the popular votes. If it's not such a state, they just want to make I mean, they can have the consolation prize of making their 25%.
Okay. Then Ogun State came, and the APC got 108, while PDP got 207, about a gap of 100,000 votes.
Something. It has to be swinging from state to state. It shows APC strong in Ekiti.
Yes.
No, in Ekiti.
Yes. Okay.
PDP stronger. In Ogun, PDP strong, APC stronger.
Okay.
I mean, if you had told me now that, look, in Ogun State, APC got 100% and PDP 0, I would have said, question mark.
Let's take a pause here and look at the performance of parties we will call the smaller parties.
Yes.
We, of course, sometimes it looks like formality, reading out their figures.
Yes.
However, these parties too seem to have very capable candidates.
Yes.
How does the electorate assess a very capable candidate that is in a less powerful political party?
Yeah, this is, I think it's akin to what we were saying earlier. That man is very capable. He has appeared on television and talked. He hasn't gone down.
Yes. His party machinery does not
doesn't penetrate, it doesn't spread.
Okay.
The little things, the souvenirs that the people see every day,
they don't bear his
they don't see
logo.
them from them. The calls that they make gather people together and share drinks and transport money to go home, those people did not participate in that. The people say, oh, okay, even though Femi is a nice man, he's not at it yet, because his people have not reached us the way
these other ones
the
have.
Njoko's people have reached us. Okay. So he's still trying to find his feet. But these people are the actual ingredients that validate democracy. These younger parties.
Okay.
I don't really call them smaller parties because, like I said, you have your ballot paper, I have my own, we are equal before the ballot box. These parties have their certificates, like the PDP has, the APC has, so they're just younger parties. They are not, as it were, small parties, but they lack probably the paraphernalia and wherewithal to reach the electorate and penetrate the electorate the way the huger parties have done. But they are necessary ingredients of the democratic process, because, I mean, the observers who came here, the international observers, are going to say, look, we went there, 14 parties ran for the presidency. This particular party won. So that validates our democracy. If it was just APC and PDP, it would be a two-party affair. So I think it is necessary to continue encouraging more and more parties to spring up and populate the political space, even at the presidential level.
Okay, now we begin to see a lot of difference. We go to Enugu State, where PDP had 553 plus, and then APC 14,000.
Yes.
That is such a wide gap. But should that be surprising? Is that not the normal trend in that area?
It is. It is.
Okay.
It is.
And why couldn't there be a break in the tradition?
Maybe the what do you call them? The foot soldiers of the APC could not break the tradition. Okay? Yes. You need to go convince the people to say, we really have a new thing that should interest you. And of course it takes time, especially in areas where people have characteristic tendencies, you know.
And now,
sorry, those
yes.
areas,
Yes.
people are normally politically conservative.
Okay. Okay.
They're politically conservative. They hold on to something. It takes time to talk them out of it.
And particularly that one other party that could have swayed a little vote to itself, allied with the PDP, APGA.
As Jesus would say, thy own mouth has said it.
Okay. Now, the trend, that trend seemed to follow in other places.
Yes.
We also had the other eastern place, the Imo state.
Yes.
That's a live picture from the International Conference Center.
Yes.
Just to tell you that
they're
getting ready.
Yes.
And as soon as they are ready, we shall be joining them.
Yes.
Back to our
You
results.
were mentioning Imo.
Yes, we were Imo again.
Yes.
The charisma of the sitting governor, and who is an APC man, did not really work miracles.
You know what Zebrudaya says?
Yes.
Zebrudaya says, "What is good for the goose is good for the gizzard."
Okay. Now
good for the gander.
When we have the figures for Imo, we'll talk about that. But this is Osun for now,
yes.
And Osun PDP did quite well, 249,000.
Yes.
To APC's 383,000.
Yes, is that balancing I'm telling you about. Yes. And if you look at it, the West is a little bit more experimental in bringing in new ideas and weighing them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the APC can make an inroad, the PDP will make an inroad,
yes,
and they balance.
One observation is that in the last presidential election,
yes,
the Southwest voted largely for PDP in the presidential election,
yes,
while they stayed with their ACN at that time,
yes,
also for the governorship election. This time it's not the same.
That is true, but you know that things have changed. That time, it was the CPC.
Okay, yes, CPC.
You understand?
That was
now,
fielding Buhari.
Exactly, fielding Buhari.
Yes.
And the CPC wasn't seen then as a largely national party.
Okay.
With the coalitions that have taken place now, the APC has, a more national spread and national outlook.
And we see the effect of that coalition in Ondo State.
Yes.
That was another battleground.
Yes, it's a party.
PDP 251, APC 299.
That is Ondo State, right?
Yes, Ondo State now.
Yes, yes. It is the same pattern. If you go through the Western states, you see this pattern of almost neck-to-neck struggle.
Sure.
In some places, it may not be so. If you go up north,
there's no wide gap in the Southwest.
No wide gap. No party can say we have absolute control of this state.
Now, this is where we are.
Yes.
The Federal Capital Territory.
Yes.
Again, you can't be wrong if you call it a battleground for the two political parties.
Naturally.
APC got 146 and the PDP 157,000.
Quite interesting, because the Federal Capital Territory is more or less a neutral territory. You voted here, I'm sure. Okay?
Yes.
And this is where the creme de la creme of the Nigerian society reside.
Yes.
They vote according to their convictions, not necessarily according to any tribal allegiance.
Okay. Now we would have to take a break here now, because it's Muhammad Kudu Abubakar is set for us at the International Conference Center, and I hope when we get to you, Muhammad, I don't know what feelers you have. Let's hope that it's going to be a marathon of the other results. Nigerians cannot wait to receive the remaining results. Muhammad. Well, sorry, we're having a little problem with audio from the International Conference Center, so we continue with that.
You see what I was telling you about electronic, electronic and technological?
It can bring up its own factors anytime.
Exactly.
Now, we were talking about the FCT.
Yes, I was telling you that you expect this sort of balance in the FCT because people from all parts of the country, the 36 states, live here, including, of course, the original indigens. So this sort of result is expected. It doesn't surprise anybody. And of course, because it's the seat of the ruling party also, they had to show a little margin of control.
Drive around FCT on a Tuesday as we are today, and you think it's a public holiday. It has started, it started since Friday last week, Thursday. People moved out of Abuja en masse to go and vote in their places.
Yes.
So that could also affect the result.
That is not impossible. As I told you, I came back by road yesterday because I couldn't even get a flight. I would have been here, for example, but I had to go and make sure that things are orderly in my own area, and I'm sure so many people did that. You would have done that if NTA had not tied you down. That's normal. That's true. That's quite normal.
Okay. And so now, other states, where did people, from your thinking, you think people moved out of state capitals the way they did in the FCT?
Yes. People who, you see, you know the owners of leadership. People who are now emerging leaders in their areas go to make sure that things work, that people are properly sensitized, because the parties didn't do enough voter education. Inex did not penetrate that much. So we had to go to tell the people, sorry, it's no longer business as usual. This is what you have to do. This is what. So most people who lived in state capitals also went down to their immediate communities. I mean, their native communities to go and sensitize the communities.
Now
so that accounted for
Nasarawa State.
Yes,
it will be difficult for anybody to describe Nasarawa State either as an APC state or a PDP state. It keeps dancing from PDP governorship to an APC governorship, and now the result of the presidential election in Nasarawa State shows that PDP had 273, while APC had 236,000 votes.
40,000 difference. Okay?
Very close.
It may interest you that Nasarawa is geographically and demographically almost an extension of FCT. Because of the cheap housing they offer there, a lot of people
coming from there.
Yes, who work in the FCT live in Nasarawa State. And in fact, the previous governor, that's what I was telling them, they should even exploit this. Exploit the fact that this contiguity of Nasarawa to FCT should be an asset to Nasarawa. If they have very good housing schemes and all that, most people wouldn't even want to live here with all the exorbitant rents here. So this happens. A lot of people that vote in that place are not necessarily indigenes of Nasarawa State. They live in Nasarawa and work in FCT. You understand?
Yes.
And where blocks are conservative, it becomes a big problem, upsetting their conservative thought.
Okay. Okay.
We had seen it in Enugu, we had seen it in Imo. I mean, if Enugu had maybe 3 million voters, those 3 million would have probably swayed to the party they believe in. And if Imo had, you know.
And now Kwara State. Back to APC, Kwara State, 302, and then PDP, 132.
Yes, same pattern. Same pattern.
That again, can it be attributed to the governorship and then the Saraki and the allegiance of the people to what you may now call a decision to remain where some people flew?
Let me tell you something. For me, there's an interesting element in our democracy that you and I will study and discuss further. The democracy we have copied, we've copied from people who don't necessarily vote according to their religion. Huh?
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
And they vote in places where this man has 4 children, the other man has 4 children. So everybody having one card does not pose a problem.
Okay.
You see do you see the difference?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but we have imported that democracy into a place now where people will go into the church and say, vote for this man because he is our fellow. And they go into the mosque and say, vote this man because he is our fellow.
Yes.
It's a very, very important factor, not necessarily the governor. Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
He is the man who can understand what we are talking about. So vote for him.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because he's the man who has a better
idea,
economic blueprint for the country.
Okay.
So, and in a situation, in a country where these other factors are very, very important, very primordial, they come to play. You can't wish them away.
Kaduna, very, very strong place, cosmopolitan state. But then should we say that APC had a good sweep there with 1.1 million to APC and 484,000 to PDP?
You have said it. I mean, even though the vice president is from there, so the people are not necessarily tying their votes to an individual. Not necessarily.
Now, let's try again the International Conference Center. Muhammad Kudu Abubakar, I hope that we have been able to sort out what stopped us from coming to you initially. And my hope also, like most Nigerians, is that when we get to you, Muhammad, it will be a marathon. That was what I suggested earlier on when we attempted to come to you.
Anathema to the Independent National Electoral Commission. At least Professor Atahiro Jega has been someone who has shown the nation how he has talked to due diligence and transparency in the entire process. So the issue of marathon will not have arisen. But certainly with your guest, Paddy Njoku, you have already analyzed the fact that 18 states plus the Federal Capital Territory results have been collated and presented by the collation officers from those states. That indeed is where we are now. Welcome to the Nigeria Decides studio here in the International Conference Center, which is the venue of the Inex National Collation Center. My name is Muhammad Kudu Abubakar, and I'm here with Mr. Nick Dazang, Deputy Director, Public Affairs of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Welcome once again to the third day of our live broadcast of Nigeria Decides, which is essentially on the 2015 general elections.
Thank you very much.
Well, like I said, we have now already gotten results from the coalition officers of 18 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. We have 17 states outstanding. And by the records here, Lagos is the only state yet to be presented from the southwest. From the south-south geopolitical zone, we are still waiting for results from the coalition officers from Edo State, Bayelsa State, Cross River State, Delta State, and of course from the southeast, we are still awaiting the result of Ebonyi State. From the northwest geopolitical zone, we have states like Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara. And from the north central, we are awaiting results from Benway and Niger states. No state from the northeast has presented its results yet. And we are talking of states like Adamawa, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Taraba, and Yobe states. So we have not had any results from the northeast geopolitical zone. But for now, from the records, we understand 50% of the results have been presented, and we are awaiting another 50% of the results from 17 states. So, Mr. Nick Dazang, here is where you jump in. Let's start with the issue of River State. Yesterday, the Inex issued a statement signed by the Inex Secretary, Mrs. Augusta Ogaku, and telling us of the constitution of a 3-member fact-finding mission led by Mrs. Thelma Erimere to River State to ascertain allegations made by the APC. And where are we now? Have they arrived, the Rivers?
Yes, the 3-man committee led by National Commissioner Thelma Erimere, who supervises that particular state, and 2 other national commissioners, Professor Lai Olurode and Colonel M.K. Hamanga. They have gone to River State. They have carried out their investigations according to the terms of reference for that committee, and they have come back. You know, the commission promised that they will go and carry out their investigation and report back before the end of the collation. And before the end of the collation, I'm sure that the Honorable Chairman, Professor Atahiru Jiga, is going to pronounce on what the commission found out.
Well, of course, with 17 states outstanding, let's hear from you what is going to take place today at the coalition room.
Well, what is going to happen is that the collation we started will continue today. As at yesterday, so many of the states had finished collation, but we had challenges with logistics. As you have observed, none of the states in the northeast had come here as at yesterday, even though some of them have finished collation. In fact, I was just told a few minutes ago that our resident electoral commissioner and the returning officer for Yobe State are on their way to this place, and several others. So as soon as we have a reasonable number, we will now start the collation exercise while awaiting the coming of others. Don't forget also that flights have been chaotic, and like the states under insurgency, you have challenges with flights taking off from there. So they would normally take off from this, go to some other states where there are flights, and then connect to this place. So that is what is happening, and that I believe that at the end of today, we should be able to have all the results in, and have the results for the presidential election announced and ultimately declared by the returning officer, that is Professor Atahiru Jiga.
Well, you know, most of the results that we have had so far appear to be just the presidential. So we'll come to the result of the National Assembly much later. But Cyril is in the collation room, and let's hear from Cyril what is really going on inside the collation room.
Stand by, stand by. Stand by.
Thank you, Kudu. We're right here in the collation hall, and any moment from now, you can see from the shot behind me, you can see that the officials are beginning to file in once more. Yes, as you already know, we had 18 states and the FCT yesterday, making a total of 19 results that have come in here. I do know that many Nigerians are waiting patiently to get the outcome of Saturday's polls, but it's expected that at this renewed briefing here, we will get more reports. I understand that there should be at least some 10 states that have brought in their reports here. The process is very clear. By now we're familiar with the process. The state collating officers for the presidential election, otherwise referred to as scope, they all come up here and then deliver the results. Of course, all of us here in the Collation Center, we can follow them as they deliver the results because it's projected on the screen, and thereafter, if there are no hitches, they present the collated results to the Inex chairman. And that's been the process so far. Yes, as you've already been told, it's a meticulous and painstaking process, and that is just to avoid any mistakes. For those who were watching our broadcast yesterday, you would recall that at some point in time, one or two party agents were questioning the collation, the addition of the results so far. And so we had to go back and calculate in the presence of everyone. At the end of the day, it was discovered that the figures already given out by Inex were the correct figures. So that's just how the process can go on, and this is to ensure that everything is transparent, is done right here in the open. The media are all well represented here, and we're bringing these to you as we all await the compilation of the final results. We should see many more coming in today from all the states that haven't been able to bring in their reports. So that's the situation right now. We're waiting patiently, and any moment from now we will commence and begin to see the delivery of the other results that we are waiting. So let's go back to Mohammed in our studio right here, still at the National Collation Center. Mohammed.
Thank you so very much, Cyril, for that update. And gentlemen, thank you so very much for being with us. Of course, I've already introduced Zhang, Deputy Director, Public Affairs of Inex, and I'm also been joined by Professor Abubakar Momo, Director General, Inex Electoral Institute. Professor Momo, welcome to Nigeria Decide Studio.
Good morning.
It's because you head the Electoral Institute of Inex, it will be apt to, and of course with Mr. Dazang, to look at the so far the results that have been presented by the various coalition officers from the 18 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Records show that we have 50% of results outstanding, and out of these 50%, the ones declared so far from the 18 states and FCT, 26%, according to the records, are won by the APC, while 24% is won by the PDP. And in terms of total number of votes, about 8,520,436 votes is for the APC, and 6,488,210 votes for the PDP. Dr. Momo, let me start with you. Let's look at the trend and if you like, the actual recordings of the votes so far.
Yeah, well, in terms of trends, I think the Southwest seems to be fairly more balanced. The northwest and the southeast seem to be heavily tilted in a particular direction. And in the north central, you have mixed bag, which suggests that the north central was actually battleground states. So invariably, we may need to see what the northeast suggests and south-south, and the other few states. One state from the south, which is Lagos. Lagos is already here. Indeed, many of the states are already trickling in. They are in. So it's just a matter of just getting the returning officers, reading out the scores for each party, and then we'll see exactly how this adds up and how it gives us a better picture on electoral voting behavior.
It's interesting, Professor Momo, the prediction or the forecast before the election, before the 28th, was that the southwest and northwest will be battleground. But I can now see from your description you are saying the north central appear to have become the battleground.
Yeah, because the north central, nobody could exactly say which state was where on account of different factors and different variables. But with
what are those factors?
For example, the conflict issue, the religious factor, and so on and so on. And the fact that in fact being middle belt, being described as middle belt or north central constitutes a kind of very complex political reality, which is also informed by different identity questions and therefore political constructions, which also informed and influenced voting behavior. In fact, since the era of Joseph Tucker under the UNBC and all that. So you could really never, for example, say what was going to be the outcome, particularly, for example, if you begin to say, take each of those states, for example, Benway State. The key people who really made PDP to tick in that state defected to APC, for example. If you took Niger State too, you discover that some of the key gladiators there, even though did not officially leave the PDP, they were Janus faced. You know, you go to Plateau State, other variables too, you know, and so on. So, and Taraba, which since the crisis arising from
results from Niger and Taraba.
I know, but I'm just saying that it makes them battleground states. They are battleground states because even what came out from the senatorial and all that is highly suggestive. But I'm saying that the whole of the North Central, in my view, is battleground. The same thing with Kaduna State, for example, is a serious battleground state for so many other variables which are not are determined by some of the kinds of characteristics of the politics of either Niger State or Plateau State or Benway State. So there are certain endogenous factors and internal variables, as it were, that is reconstituting electoral behavior in many of the states in the North Central.
Nick, do you agree with Professor Momo? Because what, in your view, led to the Southwest returning, or rather, not showing the battleground nature that it was predicted to be?
Yeah, but right from the outset, you could see that the Southwest was a stronghold of the APC. And this is manifest now in the results that are being turned in. Whereas, like he said, if you move up to the North Central, because of so many factors, the reality of the politics is not only complex, it is very difficult to define. And that is why, for example, if you look at Niger, the senatorial elections have tilted towards APC, whereas in Plateau, I understand they have tilted towards the PDP. And if you also look at the returns for the presidential election, it was a very tight race between the president and the APC presidential candidate. So I think that the North Central actually is going to define who wins this election at the end of the day. After we have returned,
not the Southwest.
Not even the Southwest, because you see, you can easily read the South-South, you can easily read the Northeast and the Northwest as strongholds of one or two of the candidates, but you cannot read
the North Central in similar terms?
It's quite interesting. Now, Professor, even though Nick has already made allusions to it, but I still want you to comment on what we think should happen in the South, or is happening right now.
Well, I don't really think what the outcome from South-South will be, particularly the presidential election, will be something too surprising to anybody. It will not be. Not because South-South want to join the bandwagon, because attending the elections took place at the same time, but because somehow political correctness, would suggest that the people of the South-South will want to be politically correct. So to that extent, there's every probability that the results from that region is likely to reflect particular characteristic in terms of voting pattern.
Now, as the DG of the Electoral Institute, you are part of the Inex situation room. So tell us what exactly is happening now, because Cyril just told us that any moment from now we'll be going back to the collation hall.
Yeah. I'm a supervisory officer. I'm supervising some states with the collation, cross-checking to be sure that the results are accurate and okay and all that. But basically, you should know that there are layers in collation, beginning from the RA level, move on to the local government and all that and so on.
Take us through those layers so that people will understand what what officials go through.
Yeah, no, what it means basically is that from the very polling unit or voting point where elections are held or results are declared, depending on whether it's a voting point or a polling unit. If it's a voting point, they have to align it with the polling unit from which, the parent polling unit from which that voting point derived as a baby, and harmonize the result, sort and count, and declare as it were the final result. Of course, there's this result sheet that the APO, the assistant polling officer, in charge of the voting point, will have to bring the score sheet that will have to now be merged with the results that are declared in the regional polling unit, and then they are sorted and they're counted and then recorded, and then everybody that is involved will sign along with the party agents, along with the presiding officer and all that to be shown. So, and then from there,
Professor Momo, I may have to cut you. I understand the activities at the collation hall are about beginning, and so let's quickly go back to my colleague Cyril. What's really happening, Cyril? Is it about kick it off?
You will recall that yesterday we did take 86 states and the FCT. So we have 18 states remaining for the completion of the collation exercise. The Commission realizes the interest this has generated, not just with Nigerians, but the international community. But we have to be as transparent and painstaking as possible. So we urge the Nigerians to be patient with us. It's important that each step recognized by law is taken. It's important that we are as transparent as possible, but we will make haste slowly in that regard and ensure that everyone who is well-meaning will realize that everything that is done here is being done in accordance with the laid down procedures and the law. So please bear with us. Our collation officers have taken great pains and great risk to ensure that the results as collated gets to Abuja. They have to be here in person to present these results. And some of them had to leave very, very late at night and early hours of this morning to ensure that they're here with us. So kindly bear with us, please. Mr. Chairman, we're ready this morning. Over to you, sir.
National commissioners, representatives of political parties, representatives of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I wish to first of all apologize for the delay in commencement of these proceedings today. And I want to join in craving for your indulgence. When you try to do a strenuous, painstaking job, then obviously there are bound to be delays. We have to be as painstaking and meticulous as possible in doing this, and sometimes it results in some delays. We can only take results when the collation officer is physically present. Sometimes that is why we take them in batches. We take the batches that are available, and we wait for other batches to come before we take them. So sometimes that accounts for the delay. We apologize for that, but we want to reassure Nigeria that we want to declare the results, finish the collation and declare the results as soon as it is possible to do so. Having said this, I would now like to call for the first person to present the results this morning. Thank you. Observation, yes? Please, you can stand there and speak. It's better. You don't have to come all the way. We can all hear you from where you are seated, please. So that's the purpose. Wherever you are, they will show you all over the world.
Mr. Chairman,
Your name and your party, please.
I am Elder God's Day Peter Rubebe, the PDP agent in the Collation Center here. Mr. Chairman, from yesterday till now, we have been observing with some pains the manner you have been handling some of the issues. Mr. Chairman, APC protested to you and you sent a delegation to Rivers State to see what is happening there. PDP wrote a protest to you yesterday, day before yesterday, and the other day. You refused to take the protest. You sent a text message to my colleague who is here with me, telling him that you are not going to take any protest from PDP. Mr. Chairman, here with me, I have a result that is already printed by the APC, presidential results, already printed and scored for itself by the APC. Mr. Chairman, we are beginning to see that you are very, very selective. You are getting very, very partial. Mr. Chairman, we have lost confidence in what you are doing. We have lost confidence in what you are doing. If we can send a protest to you and you cannot take that protest, then why are we here? Because the essence of we sending any protest to you is to enable you to look at the matter and see whether it has merits or demerits. But when they brought their own, you went all out to send a delegation to Port Harcourt. We have complained about Kano, we have complained about Katsina, we have complained about Kaduna, we have complained about Jigawa. You have not done anything. Mr. Chairman, we are not going to take that. We have lost confidence in you because you are partial, you are selective, Mr. Chairman. We don't believe in you anymore. We don't believe in you anymore. And we cannot go on the way you are going. Because already you have compromised. You have compromised. You have compromised. And we are not going to take it from you, Mr. Chairman. We will not take it from you. Until something is done to our letters, we will not continue with you. Until you do something to our protest the way you did to the APC, we will not continue with you. That is our stand. We will not. Until you do something the way you did to APC, we will not continue with you. And no, don't come and take this mic from me. Don't do it. Look at it. Look, the press should look at it.
Yours is
this is already printed. This is already printed.
Can you address?
We cannot take it.
Can you address?
You are tribalistic.
Can
you are selective.
Chair, sir?
You are tribalistic. You are selective. You are partial. You are partial. You have been doing it. We will not take it from you. Until something is done, we will not allow you to continue with the process.
Thank you.
We will not. We will not allow it. We will not allow it. We cannot allow it. Nigeria will not allow this thing. Nigeria will not allow this.
Thank you, sir.
Every protest must be taken seriously. We will not allow it. We will not allow it. Look at the result that is already printed by Jega and APC. Look at it. The press should take it. This is already printed by Jega and APC. We will not take it. Look at it. Nigeria should hear this. This was done yesterday. This was done yesterday. And Jega had to say that we will not take it. We will not take it. We will not take it.
Thank you very much, sir.
No, please. No, please. No, please. No, please. No, please. This is the way Jega understands. We went to him, he didn't take it. No, please. No. Until something is done. Until something is done. Until something is done. We went to Jega quietly, he didn't take it. We went to him quietly because he has compromised. He refused to take it. Yesterday, Jega had to send his people to return our protest to us. Jega had to return our protest. Please leave me. Please don't come near me. If you need peace in this country, don't come near me. Jega is tribalistic. Jega is partial. We will not take it. We will not take it.
Your point is noted, sir. Thank you very much.
Let them check Kano results. Let them check Kaduna results. Jega will protest. Jega didn't take it. But he was hurrying in going to River State. He was hurrying in going to River State. We will not take it.
Thank you very much. Your point is noted, sir.
We are not fighting. We won't take it. Until Jega does something, let him set up a committee. Let Jega set up a committee to go to Kano, to go to Katsina, to go to Kaduna, to go to Jigawa. Let him do it. Otherwise, we won't take it. Let the world know that Jega is tribalistic. He is partial. Jega is tribalistic, he is partial, he is selective. We will not take it. That is not what Nigerians are expecting from this electoral process. It's playing a script. We won't allow it.
Thank you very much.
This country belongs to everybody. This country belongs to everybody.
It does.
We are not going to take it. We will not allow it. We will not take it. We will not allow it. Jega has nothing to say here. Jega has nothing to say here. Let him go to his office and send a committee to Kaduna. Let him go to his office and send a committee to Kano. Jega has nothing to reply here. He did not come to this place to reply to us about River State before he took her. Let him go to his office. Please. We will not live here.
Please, may I respond?
You cannot respond here. You cannot respond here. You cannot respond here. You cannot respond here. You didn't come here to respond on the issue of River State. You cannot respond here. He cannot respond here.
You have.
River State, he did it in his office. Let him go to his office and respond.
Point of order,
you have
please.
made
Point
allegations.
So go to your office and respond. Go to your office and respond.
But you
can't respond here.
You made them here.
You cannot respond here. He went, he River he did it in his office. Tell him to go to his office and respond to our protest. Let him go to his office and respond to our protest.
Your observation is noted, sir. Point of order, your observation.
We have told you what happened. In River State, he did it in his office. We have done that. He refused to do it. We quietly did that to him in his office. He didn't do it. Tell him to go to his office. Let him go to his office to do it. Professor Jaga, please go to your office. Please go to your office. Professor Jaga, please go to your office. Go to your office and do what you did to River State. We can't take it. We cannot take it. This Nigeria, he cannot do it here. He cannot do it here. He cannot reply here. He cannot reply here. He replied in no. No, please. No, please. No. Please, no. On the issue of rivers, he didn't do it here. Let him go to his office. Let him go to his office and do it. Let him go to his office and do it. We complained to him quietly in his office. He refused it. He refused it. He had to even send somebody to come and throw the protest letter at us. We won't take it. Not here. Not here. You should go to his office. Let him go to his office. The whole world is watching. Let him go to his office. Jaga cannot be selective. Jaga cannot be partial. Jaga cannot be tribalistic. It is not possible. Yeah, let him go to his office. He cannot respond here. Let him go to his office. In the issue of rivers, he didn't respond here. Let him go to his office. No, please, no. Let him go to his office to respond. Please. The point, which point is made? Let him go to his office and do it the way he did about River State. No, please, no, I won't leave. I will not leave him. Let the guy go to his office and respond to the issue. I'm not going. I am a Nigerian. The guy cannot be treating people selectively. It is not possible. I will not take it. We will not take it.
From here, from the control rooms over there. And
he didn't come here to respond to the issue of River State. Let him go to his office and the issues we can put into him.
If he continues just be hitting it until he stops.
We want peace in this country. So let Jaga do things rightly. Let him not be selective, let him not be partial, let him not be tribalistic.
I got from here. We will stop disturbing that.
Let him go to his office. Let him go to his office. Let him go to his office. No, please. No, I won't go. I won't go anywhere. I won't go anywhere. And is it Jaga not one person? What is wrong with you? Is Jaga not one person? Is Jaga not one person? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Jaga is not empowered by the Constitution to be selective, to be partial. He is not empowered by the Constitution to be tribalistic. He is not empowered. That is not the power that is given to Jaga.
We hired the If I could, I would remove things. I don't want to give you
Anyway, point I want to make, this thing cannot continue. If Jaga wants to continue, I will come back here. I will come back here. If Jaga wants to continue, I will come back here.
Don't get my mic now. Get my mic. Get my mic. Yes. Have you collected it from me?
If you want to work away, why don't you make a photo to the microphone for me? Because by the time you start going,
I'm waiting for them to take it. I want to see that they're taking it from me. If I see anything, that's why I'm waiting.
why they don't take it from me and start talking?
I don't want Chairman to talk to me.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to continue. Can you please call the next person?
Professor, you cannot continue. You cannot continue. It's not like we're going to report the issue. You cannot continue. Professor, you cannot continue. You cannot. Why will he not respond? Why will he not respond to our issues? Why will he not respond to our protests? Why will Jaga not respond to our protests? Why will Jaga not respond to our protest? When it was APC, it was quick at sending people. We protested Jaga. Yesterday, he threw the protest at us. You have seen what I told you now. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria does not empower Jaga to be selective, does not empower Jaga to be partial, does not empower Jaga to be tribalistic. We will not take it.
Hello. You are watching Silverbird's live coverage of the National Collation Center in Abuja. Now, the proceedings here have taken an unexpected twist. The PDP party agent at National Collation Center. Okay, let's go back to the Collation Center.
But the ones that have been released are similar to the ones here from the Situation Room of APC. That's our point. Who gave them this? How did they come about these results? That are same, the ones that have been released are the same that are here in some of the states. We have compared them, and that's why we are raising the observation. Sir. I'm Dr. Bello Fadile, the agent of PDP, another agent of PDP.
Should I respond to all of the issues raised here?
Most obliged, sir.
Thank you. First of all, with regards to the results you are holding, so please, can you return to your seat so I can respond? Can I now respond?
Yes, sir.
You've made 2 points. One is that you submitted a petition which I refused to accept. Secondly, you claimed that there was a result released by the APC, which you alleged that we gave to them, or I gave to them. With regards to the first point, yesterday, after we took the first batch of results in this hall, and as we declared a recess until 4 p.m., as I was walking down back to the office, my PA came to me and said that here are some papers that Dr. Bello Fadile, a representative of the PDP, said that he should collect it, that I said that Dr. Bello Fadile should give him those papers. I told him that I didn't tell Dr. Bello Fadile to give any papers to you, return them to him. Because Fadile, after we declared recess, came onto this platform. As a party agent, he's not supposed to do that. And gave some documents to my PA, who is writing results here. And I'm sure some of the agents and some of the press may have seen that. And I told my PA, take back those documents to him. If he told you, I told him that you should collect it. I did not. Return it to them. Subsequently, Dr. Bello Fadile sent me a text message saying that there are petitions and he wants to submit them. I told him we don't collect petitions on the platform when we are declaring results. And that then he now said that, well, I should have left my office open so that they can submit those petitions in my office. I told him our secretary, the secretary to the commission, is not here in this hall. She is in her office, and her business is to receive communications. If they are important enough, she will bring it to me here. I have started collation. I cannot be receiving petitions in this hall or this platform. When I replied that text message, he replied again and said, okay, he will see what he can do, which I interpreted to mean that he was going to take that petition or whatever documents he had to the secretary to the commission. As I speak with you now, I have not received anything from the secretary to the commission. That is with regards to the issue of the so-called petition. With regards to what you said about results published by, allegedly published by APC on its website, I do not give results to anybody. The results we announce formally as Inex are results that are declared here. And we have warned everybody to be careful and to ensure that they do not declare results which we have not officially announced. So as far as I'm concerned, I have not seen any results. I have not given anybody any results. So for you to even engage me on that issue, I think frankly it's not fair to me. I have not seen the results. How can I speak about something I have not seen? So please let us be careful about what we say or do, and let us not disrupt a process that has ended peacefully, and in a matter of hours we would be able to finish it. Mr. Orubobe, you are a former minister of the Federal Republic. You are a statesman in your own right, so you should be careful about what you say or what allegations or accusations you make, and certainly you should be careful about your public conduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we now proceed with Professor J.E. Abaniku, the State Collation Officer
Professor J.E. Ahaneku. Can you come to your result, please? This way, sir. Can you state your full names, the states, please?
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we proceed, please? Okay. State Collation Officer Ebonyi, please introduce yourself and present the results.
Mr. Chairman and members of the High Table, my name is Professor Joseph Hanegu, Vice Chancellor, Nandazikiwe University, Oka, Nigeria. I served as the State Collection Officer for the presidential election in Ebonyi State. Mr. Chairman, Ebonyi State has 13 local government areas and 14 political parties participated in the contest. Number of registered voters in Ebonyi State: 1071226. 1071226. Number of accredited voters: 425301. Votes received by political parties: AA 426, AA 426, SCPN 1214, SCPN 1214, AD 1133, AD 1133, ADC 2704, ABC 2704, APA 2452, APA 2452, APC 19518, APC 19518, CPP 2345, CPP 2345, Hope Party 989, Hope 989, COA 913, COA 913, NCP 1890, NCP 1890, PDP 323653, PDP 323653, PPN 1168, PPN 1168, UDP 624, UDP 624, UPP 4859, UPP 4859. Total valid votes 363888. Total valid votes 363888. Rejected votes 29449. Rejected votes 29449. Total votes cast 393337. Total votes cast 393337. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Were there any cancellations?
Yes, sir. There are some cancellations in some local governments and in particular some polling units. For instance, in Abakaliki, 15 polling units were affected with a number of registered voters as 10068. At Ikwo local government, 21 polling units were also affected with number of registered voters as 115,857. 11857. At Ohozra, just a polling unit with number of registered voters as 611. And lastly, at Onitsha, local government with one polling unit affected with number of registered voters as 1015, giving a total of 38 polling units affected and number of registered voters total as 23551. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can you submit the results, please?
Thank you very much. Let's check for. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Professor J.B. who was State Collation Officer for Ebonyi State.
Next.
Yes, we'll go on to Niger State, Mr. Chairman, sir. And the State Collation Officer was Professor Abdul Ganiyu Ambali. Professor, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, other distinguished officers at the high table, my name is Professor Abdulghani Ambali, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin. I served as Collation Officer in Niger State. And in Niger State, we have 25 local government areas. The total number of registered voters is 199,5679. Number of registered voters 1995679. Number of accredited voters 93607. Number of accredited voters 933607. A total of 14 political parties participated. I now give the breakdown. AA 307. AA 307. ACPN 441. ACPN 441. AD 403. AD 403. ADC 614. ADC 614. APA 2006. APA 2006. APC 657678. APC 657678. CPP 1264. CPP 1264. Hope 198. Hope 198. COA 305. COA 305. NCP 550. NCP 550. PDP 149222. PDP 149222. PPN 449. PPN 449. UDP 116. UDP 116. UPP 118. UPP 118. Total valid votes 813671. Total valid votes 3813671. Rejected votes 31012. Rejected votes 31012. Total votes cast 844683. Total vote cast 844683. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prof. Are there any cancellations in Niger State?
Yes, sir. We had cancellations in some local government areas. First, Agai, number of RA cancelled, 5. Number of polling units affected, 9. Total number of votes in that place, 4,694. Next is Agwara. 1 RA affected, 1 polling unit affected, 497 votes involved. Borgu, 1 RA affected, 1 polling unit affected, registered voters in that unit 585. Next is Idati, 2 RA affected, 3 polling units affected, 1,527 voters in that area. Bako is the next one. 5 RA affected, 10 polling units involved, 6,914 voters in that place. Kacha is the next one. 2 RA affected, 3 PU affected, involving 2,061 voters. Lapai, with 1 RA, 1 PU, and 456 voters. Next is Magama, 14 RA, 17 polling units, 5,931 voters. Rijau is the next one, 7 RA affected, 12 polling units, a total of 6,055 voters. Shiroro, with 2 RA affected, 2 polling units affected, and 942 voters. And that gives us, as a summary, 30 RA affected in Niger State, with 59 polling units affected, and 29,662 voters.
Thank you very much, Prof. You may now present the results, please.
done, well done. Thank you, thank you. Let's check. Okay, that's fine, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much, Professor Ambali, the State Collation Officer for Niger State.
Can we take the next
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We'll go on now to Lagos State, Lagos, and Professor I.F. Adewale was the State Collation Officer. He's here, sir, to present his results.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members on the high table, my name is Professor Isaac Folorunso Adewale, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. I served as the collation officer in Lagos State. Mr. Chairman, Lagos State has 20 local government areas. At the recently concluded election, 14 political parties participated. There are 5827, 846, 5827, 846 registered voters in Lagos State. Number of accredited voters were 1678 754. 1678 754. I now go on to announce the votes of the respective political parties. AA 1795. 1795. ACPN 3038. ACPN 3038. AD 4453. 4453. ADC 2072. ADC 2072. APA 2177. APA 2177. APC 792460. APC 792460. CPP 1125. CPP 1125. Hope 255. Hope 255. COA 1000. COA 1000. NCP 1430. NCP 1430. PDP
632 327. PDP 632 327. PPN 1041. PPN 1041. UDP 269. UDP 269. UPP 244. UPP 244. Total valid votes 1443686. Total valid votes 1443686. Rejected votes 52289. Rejected votes 52289. Total votes cast 1495975. Total votes cast 1495975. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We did not record any cancellation in Lagos State.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, on Form EC40G, we recorded some incidences. These are actually not cancellations, but polling units where no voting took place for quite a number of reasons, ranging from challenges with the PVC reader to some logistic challenges when one of the buses was actually detained for hours and they couldn't vote. And in Lagos mainland, 5 polling units could also not vote because the PVC were not delivered. In all, 19,830 voters are affected in 6 local governments. And these are well documented in the form.
All right, thank you very much. Submit the form.
Yes.
That was Lagos State, Mr. Chairman. Next is Bayelsa State. And the State Collation Officer, Professor Joseph Ajienka, is here, Mr. Chairman, to present the report for Bayelsa State.
Mr. Chairman and National Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, I am Professor Joseph Ajienka, Vice Chancellor, University of Port Harcourt. I served as State Collation Officer in the presidential election for Bayelsa State. Bayelsa State has 8 local government areas, and 14 parties contested the election. I will now present to you the statistics of voters. Number of registered voters, 605,637. 605,637. Number of accredited voters, 384,789. 384,789. Votes received by the parties: AA 45, AA 45, ACPN 38, ACPN 38, AD 69, AD 69, ADC 116, 116, APA 70, APA 70, APC 5194, APC 5194, CPP 44, CPP 44, Hope 18, Hope 18, COA 52, COA 52, NCP 95, NCP 95, PDP 361209, PDP 361209, PPN 62, PPN 62, UDP 20, UDP 20, UPP 35, UPP 35. Number of valid votes 367,067. 367,067. Number of rejected votes 4672. 4672. Total votes cast 371,739. 371,739. Mr. Chairman, there were no cancellations.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Yes, Gombe State is next, and Professor Saminu A. Ibrahim is here to present the state collected results for Gombe.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I am Professor Samina Abdurrahman Ibrahim, the Vice Chancellor of Bakar Tafawa University, Bauchi. I had the privilege to serve as a collation officer for the presidential election in Gombe State. Mr. Chairman, sir, Gombe State has 11 local governments and 14 parties actually participated in the elections. There are a total number of 105 registered voters. Number of registered voters 1110105. Number of accredited voters 515,828. Number of accredited voters 515,828. Now we come to the distribution of the points for the different political parties. AA 104. AA 104. ACPN 197. ACPN 197.
Sorry, 192.
Sorry, 192, rather. AD.
Please, why is the original version?
It's here.
You should read from the original version.
Okay.
So go back to
Mr. Chairman, AA has 104. AA 104. ACPN 192. ACPN 192. AD 169. AD 169. ADC 247. ADC 247. APA 773. APA 773. APC 361 245. APC 361 245. CPP 407. CPP 407. Hope 46. Hope 46. COA 97. 97. COA 97. NCP 227. NCP 227. PDP 96873. PDP 96873. PPN 157. PPN 157. UDP 25. UDP 25. UPP 37. UPP 37. Total number of valid votes 460,599. Total number of valid votes, 460,599. Rejected votes, 12845. Rejected votes, 12845. Total number of votes cast, 473,444. Total number of votes cast, 473,444. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prof. Are there any?
There were a number of cancellations, Mr. Chairman. We have in Gombe local government, there were 2 polling units that were affected with the total registered voters for that particular of 71. 71. And then in Iliri local government, we had 1 polling unit affected with 503 registered voters. In Kaltungo, there are 5 polling units affected with a total number of voters as 3,720, 3720. In Funakai, there were 6 polling units affected with a total voter number of 2130. In Nafata local government, 3 polling units were affected with a total number of voters as 1073. Yamal to Deba, Nafata local government, once again, 3 polling units affected, number of voters 1073. Yamal to Deba local government, there were 2 polling units. There were 1,178 voters. Balanga local government, there was 1 unit affected with a total number of voters as 598. Akko local government, there were 34 polling units affected with a total number of 16910 voters. In Duku local government, there were 19 units affected, and then we had 6328 number of voters in those particular polling units. Therefore, we have a total number of 73 polling units that were impacted, and then of course we had 32511 number of voters in those poll registrations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Saminu Ibrahim. Yes, Chairman, sir. Professor Comfort M. Eko was the State Collation Officer for Cross River State, and she's here and ready to present the results she collated. Professor Comfort Eko, please.
Chairman, distinguished members on the panel. My name is Professor Comfort M. Ekbu. I am currently the Vice Chancellor, University of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. I was given this national assignment at the Cross River State. Cross River State has 18 local government areas and 14 political parties took part in the presidential election. Cross River State is the...
This is from the original.
Okay. I made them bold. Please let me use it. Cross River State has 18 local government areas and 14 parties, political parties took part in the election. The total number of registered voters came to 1,144,288. Total number of registered voters, 1,144,288. And the number of accredited voters is 500,577. 500,577. We had a total number of valid voters at 30.
No, sorry, madam. Just give us patches.
Okay. 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 The party's performance for AAA, the score is 279. AA. 279. ACPN 514. ACPN 514. AD 709. AD 709. ADC 749. ADC 749. APA 532. APA 532. APC 28368. APC 28368. CPP 381. CPP 381. Hope 237. Hope Party 237. COA 312. COA 312. NCP 930. NCP 930. PDP 414. 863. PDP 414-863. PPN 864. PPN 864. UDP 289. UDP 289. UPP 1487. UPP 1487. The total valid vote came to 450514. A rejected vote 15392. Rejected vote 15392. Total votes cast 465,906. Total vote cast 465,906.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, there are cancellation from 2 local government areas. From Akwaboyo, 1 ward with 3 units. From Yako, 1 ward with 9 units. The total for Akwaboyo is 284. For Akwaboyo, 284. And for Yako, 2975. Yako 2975. The total cancellation came to 3259. 3259.
All right, thank you very much, Prof.
Yes, sir. Having done with Cross River, we go on to River State, and the State Collation Officer, Professor John O. Efeoto, is here to present the state collected results for River State. Professor Efeoto, please.
Observation?
Who has the observation, please? Yes. Can you come forward? He has to come. You have to come to the microphone, please. There is no functional microphone. He has to come. He has to come to the podium. It's not working, sir. It's not working. It's not working.
Find the microphone. Well, we should have the microphone.
Thank you, Chairman. Before the result from River State is presented, I would like to suggest that the Chairman addresses his concerns and the reasons why the result was delayed, so that we can share the outcome of the investigation that you asked be conducted, please.
Your name and your party, please.
Dr. Kibaba, representing APC.
Sunday morning, the day after the elections, and before we commenced the process of collation, I received a petition from APC demanding for the cancellation of the elections in Rivers State and the rescheduling of the elections. I circulated this memo to members of the committee, and we had a meeting yesterday morning before we commenced the collation. And we reviewed the petition, and we thought it required to be investigated. And we set up a 3-man committee led by the National Commissioner in charge of that state. And they went to Rivers, Port Harcourt yesterday, and returned this morning before we commenced this exercise this morning, and presented their observations and the findings to the Commission. There were a number of points adduced as to why the Commission should cancel that election and reschedule it. And the first one, which was major, was that elections did not take place in Rivers State. The second one was that result sheets were either not distributed or photocopies of result sheets were used. And then there were a number of other allegations, such as substitution of trained ad hoc staff, and so on and so forth. Because of the limited time, we paid attention to verifying those very strong allegations which can actually affect the integrity of the elections. In particular, we paid attention to the issue of elections not holding, and we have established that elections have held in Rivers State. Just like in many other states, there may be 1 or 2 or more places where elections did not hold because of the kinds of reasons that we've listened to for those elections that were cancelled and put here. Also, we cannot establish any cancellations or substitutions of results. The explanations given to us are satisfactory. We generated a list of collation officers from the headquarters and sent it to the states and required them to take collation officers from that list. But we know that on election days, it is likely that people on that list may be indisposed for whatever reason and may not participate in the election. such a situation occurs, to find replacements from a pool that is normally known and trained for that purposes. From the information available to us, we have no reason to believe that there was substitution. We have collected the list, the formal list of the allocations, and we have kept them, and they are there for people who want to take the matter further. So elections have held, and we do not believe that in the summary of the presentation by the committee that went to Rivers, we do not believe that the allegations are substantial enough to require the cancellation of the entire results in Rivers State and the rescheduling of the election in Rivers State. That was the decision of the Commission as we met this morning, and I must say that the delay for our commencement for this exercise here this morning was attributable to the fact that the Commission had to meet over that matter. So the decision of the Commission is that we will take the results of the elections in Rivers State. Thank you very much. Of course, we've taken other measures, I should mention, we've taken other measures to do a thorough investigation of other matters which relate to administrative lapses, so that we can learn the lessons and, if possible, penalize those that are involved for future occurrences. So elections all over are not perfect, but we do not see substantial grounds upon which to cancel and reschedule the entire elections held in Rivers State. So that is why we are taking the results of Rivers now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I am Professor John Owata Etu Efilto. I'm the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Petroleum Resources, FRO, and in charge of Rivers State. And from my records, I can submit the following.
Prof, please read from the original.
Yes, but your lighting is poor, Mr. Chairman. This light is not here.
Can somebody move the light closer? Oh, can we hold it? Where's that thing? Where's that thing? That mic. Didn't have that mic.
Disconnect this one. Take out this one. Move this one. You should be tonight. Come this way.
He's using this one. Where I come from, these things are normally well lit.
What you can do?
It's all right.
Move the podium closer
To the light.
Okay, sir.
Ah, that's better. Thank you.
Is that better? Yes. Very much.
Chairman, fire. Where are you? Where is she?
I'm sorry, Prof. We can't at this point vary our procedure. We don't read. Yes, take the original.
All right. This is reverse. Total number of local governments 23. Total number of registered voters 2,324,300 voters. The number of units 4,000. I'm sorry. Number of units 4,552. Number of accredited voters 1,643,409. Total valid votes 1,560,000.
Sorry, Prof. Please,
yes.
Before you take that,
yes.
You've given us a number of registered voters.
Yes.
You've given us number of accredited voters.
Yes.
So please give us the votes received by each party before we come to the totals.
You don't want to hear the
Yes.
votes received by the various parties. You know, Mr. Chairman, I am not a politician, so I don't know some of these party names, but they are here. The party called AA pulled 1,000. Please don't laugh. I'm joking. I'm not joking. 1,066 votes. The party called APM has 525 votes, and the party called AD has 1,104 votes. ADC has 1,031 votes. APA has 513 votes. APC has 60,238 votes. No, 69,000. 60538. 60538. I am reading, Prof. I am reading, Prof. I am reading. I say upon my honor that the figures I'm giving you are on the boards and they are the ones on my paper.
I understand that, Prof. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made you a collation officer. So, but just to read the original, because everybody who came here read from the original.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I will read from the original. I don't. APC so 69,288.
It's 38, 238.
238, I told you. Can we settle one thing? I know I heard you last night in the hotel room when you were cross-checking. Let us settle one thing, Prof. Let us be clear about one thing. These figures are here, they are here, but I don't read handwritten things. I read typed materials. No, let's get it clear.
No, but Prof, who wrote that?
I did, under special conditions. Yes. Thank you. Now the man has done it.
All right.
Because back home, I read with a table lamp. But your lights here in Abuja are all upward looking. All right. Thank you very much. But are we clear so far? Have you gotten my figures so far?
Yes, Prof, if it is that you cannot read, we can get somebody to read the original for you.
I can read.
So if you can read, please try and read the original.
All right, that's what I am reading now. Where did I stop? Now you can see. I have read APP, I've read APC, now NO, Hope. I'm now with Hope. Have we CPC?
You are with CPP.
That's it, sir.
Yes.
That's it. That's it. This is what normal people read with. Hope. Okay, CPC. Point it there for me. Good, thank you. CPC 0. Zero.
Prof,
Zero.
may I please, Prof?
Yes, please.
We are pressed for time. If you don't mind, I can assign you to read the thing so we can make progress.
I will.
Since you have it written there, you have said you are the one who wrote it.
I did.
Okay, so somebody.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Let's read it. I wrote these things myself, and then had them typed there.
No, we understand that.
Put on computer, I cross-checked, and I brought them. It's just that I don't like reading handwritten materials.
Okay, Prof. Let's have somebody who can read those handwritten materials, please. Just to make it easier so we can make progress. Uzi, please read it for us.
Are we there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Look at it.
CPP. 40 votes?
Huh?
40 votes?
No, 577.
577 here. Yes, sir.
I told you.
Then Hope. 542.
Yes. Koa. 2274.
2274. NCP.
565.
Good. PDP.
No, please. What we are doing is still wrong. Yes, I'm very sorry. I don't want to appear belaboring the point. We want the original read.
This is it, sir.
So yes. So if Prof, if there is a challenge in your reading the handwritten, let him standing nearby read it. But let him read from the original, not the paper that has been typed. So Uzi, go ahead and read, please.
Thank you, sir. NCP 565.
Yes.
PDP 487,075. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
PPN 492. Is that correct?
Yes.
UDP 303.
Correct.
UPP 156.
Yes.
Total valid votes 1,565,461. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Rejected votes 19,307.
Correct.
Total votes cast 1,584,768. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you very much. These figures have been checked by your secretariat and found to be accurate.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So
now
can
let
you
me submit them. The ceremony as the ceremony demands.
No, we need to know whether there were cancellations.
There were no cancellations, but there was one, schools don't go, incidents. Entire, sir, entire. One center was disrupted by people who snatched the box and ran away. And the incidents is here. Can I read the incidents to you?
Yes. How many polling units are involved?
Polling units.
TAI is a local government?
Yes. TAI is a local government. This is a ward. 10 polling units involved.
10 PUs. How many wards?
6.
So 6 wards and
10 polling units.
Okay.
And the total number of votes affected, or registered votes affected, is 644.
4164.
Okay, 4164. Yes.
416.
Yes, that's all for the whole state. The whole
4164.
4164.
All right. So thank you very much, Prof. Now you can submit this.
Thank you.
Who is next?
Chairman, sir, we have Benway and Adamawa, but we've not been able to project, we'll not be able to project their scores presently. So Secretariat is working on it, such that.
How long? How long will it take?
Huh? 20 to 30 minutes, sir. 20 to 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
Okay. There are 2 states which are being processed at the Secretariat. They have just arrived. And they are being processed so that we'll be able to project their results. So we will take a very short break, 30 minutes. We reconvene at 1:30 so that we can take them. Hopefully, many other states would have arrived by then so that we can also continue with the collation. Thank you very much.
Well, Inex Chairman Professor Attahiru had just suspended the collation for another 30 minutes. This was after the Secretariat of INEC, who are here also at the INEC National Coalitions Center, did confirm that the other states, or rather coalition officers from other states that have arrived, are yet to finish their reconciling their various results and figures. Because of that, Professor Attahiru suspended further collation for the next 30 minutes. But before then, Ebonyi State, Lagos State, Bayelsa State, Cross River State, and River State had successfully, that is the coalition officers from these states, had successfully presented their results to the INEC National Coalition Center, headed here by the INEC chairman, Professor Attahiru. And if I may, the APC in Ebonyi State, APC has 19,518 votes. The PDP has 323,653 votes. For Niger State, the APC had 657,678 votes, while PDP recorded 149,222 votes. For Lagos State, the APC had 792,000 votes, 792,460 votes, while PDP recorded 632,327 votes. For Bayelsa State, APC recorded 5,194 votes, while PDP recorded 361,209 votes. Results from Cross River State, as declared by the only female coalition officer so far, is APC 28,368 votes and the PDP 414,863 votes. For River State, the figures are APC 69,238 votes and PDP 1,487,007 votes. Once again, River State recorded APC 69,238 votes and PDP had 1,487,075 votes. But it is important to explain that Professor Attahiru, before he allowed the River State Coalition Officer, Professor John Obaitan, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Petroleum Offroom in Delta State, to commence the presentation of the River State results, Professor Jega explained that INEC top management had received the report of the three-man committee that was dispatched to River State yesterday to investigate the allegations of the APC in River State with respect to the elections that were held on Saturday, 28th of March, 2015. Professor Jekad went ahead to declare that the allegations had no any substantial ground to warrant INEC to cancel the results or to reschedule the elections. And thereafter, he allowed the Professor Obaitan, the Vice Chancellor, University of Petroleum Offroom, to go ahead and present his results. And like I said earlier, Professor Obaitan, who is the coalition officer for River State, went ahead to declare that APC recorded 69,238 votes and PDP 1,487,075 votes. That is the rundown so far, and those are the states so far declared at this very first morning session on this third day of our broadcast of election and election results from here, the Nigeria Decides studios at the Inex National Collation Center, situated here in the International Conference Center, Abuja. Until we come your way again, certainly, Professor Jega said the recess is for about 30 minutes, but whenever the collation process commences or reconvenes, we will definitely be there for you, and we'll come to you live to bring to you all the issues and the deliberations here at the Inex National Collation Center. Until then, I am Muhammad Kudu Abubakar, taking you back to the polls of the NTA. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. We have a lot to talk about before you are ready for us there. So many results have been returned already, but then a number of other issues have cropped up during this session, and we are going to just examine some of them since we have guests in the studio. One of them is that issue you talked about Professor Jega insisting that the returning officer for Rivers reads from the original of his returns. Mohammed.
In the beginning, in the morning, you were talking about INEC and Professor Jega, or the collation process going through a marathon. And I did tell you that Professor Jega, from all he has shown us so far, is a meticulous person and someone who is a stickler to details and someone who wants to show INEX transparency and indeed his very person's transparency. And that is why he insisted that and even though Professor Obaito was saying that he is old and there wasn't enough light, he wasn't seeing, but he insisted that indeed the professor must go ahead to read from the original script or paper or result sheet he had. He said he would not change the rules midway because that was what the rule says, and that was what all the other coalition officers so far who came to present their result did. So, I mean, the only concession Professor Jagad later gave was to allow an INEC or official who is part of the secretariat to read, even then with the confirmation at every stage of Professor Obaito.
The results that were declared, I had Dr. Paddy Njoku, who started the day with me. Now we have been joined by Jide Ojo, one of our regular analysts on the Nigerian Decides studio. You're welcome, Mr. Ojo.
Thank you very much.
Now,
good afternoon.
Let me start with you. Is there a legal implication reading from a copied copy, if you like, the result of a state, of a return?
Yeah, there are legal implications. You know, election is a very emotive thing. You'll be surprised that some people may go to court on the basis that somebody is reading a typewritten document. Okay. You know the battle we have had to fight, even over the use of card reader. With different legal opinions about whether it's an electronic device, whether it's part of the, whether it's not tantamount to using electronic voting, and the rest. And you know, like Kudu Abubakar said, you know, Professor Jega wanted to avoid unnecessary litigation, yes. And you also do need to understand that there is a possibility of typographical error in the course of typing. Exactly.
That's it.
Because obviously the prof didn't type it himself. Given his visual impairment, as it were, and relying on somebody to type a sensitive document like because give it all. Let's get something clear. The most vital sensitive material in an election is the result sheet.
Is
the result sheet. And anything, any alteration, any cancellation, any discrepancy is tantamount to nullification. Because that is a very good ground to challenge an electoral outcome. So I think the Prof was just being very careful and giving the very charged atmosphere, as we have seen, with challenges over certain things and by one of the party agents. You know, he needs to be like Caesar's wife, above board.
Dr. Njoku, we cannot pretend that this session started on a very disturbing note. What are your thoughts about the PDP representative, Orubebe, the way this session started? What are your thoughts about it?
Well, if the representative had a misgiving about procedure, I think it's necessary he aired it. But the manner of airing and the procedure of airing is probably what you are talking about. I think that the chairman, by remaining calm, has taken note of the complaints and talked about the procedure
of submitting
the complaints. And I think it would be absolutely necessary for the commission to make sure that all frayed nerves are calmed so as to maintain integrity in the process. You know, this is democracy. People have the right to express themselves. But how you express yourself and how I express myself and how he expresses himself matter a lot. But that does not remove the substance of the expression itself. The medium is a different thing, but the content, the substance is very important.
Let's have your thought there. That was a very crucial moment for this country, announcing results. And we know what we have seen in the past at the point of announcing results. What are your thoughts?
Sincerely speaking, I was scared. I was afraid for this country. Because, and we should give it to Professor Jega, for the very gentlemanly way he handled the entire affair. Because if it has been somebody temperamental, we wouldn't have moved, we wouldn't have even made any headway. The attempt, and like Doc said, you see, communication, the way you communicate your grievance also has a way on how the kind of response that it will elicit from the receiver of that communication. I believe Elder Godswill Orubebe, being a former minister of the Federal Republic, could have handled the situation much more maturely than the way he was trying to go about it. Because, take it or leave it, the eye of the world is on us. And you see, negative news make the news. You are in the news, it's the negative, the international, the global media. You will be surprised that that's what will dominate over the time, rather than the content, the crucial, historic, epochal situation that the country, the dawn that the country was approaching. So I give it to Professor Jega for the way and manner he had tried to pacify and respond to the issue, and I also give it to the agents for allowing the process to continue.
Yes, it did continue. You have a comment?
Yes, you did say earlier that elections are very emotional, very. And passionate, events. So it is not impossible that emotion might have taken an upper hand. And we are all human beings. I think that it was not so much of immaturity as
an emotional matter.
You know, and I think it's been well handled. It also shows our maturity as a nation, that we can absorb these things and still move on. But as I said, it is necessary for all issues to be looked into. It was very gratifying that the chairman himself said, look, we've looked into the River State case, and we've seen that it does not merit, you know, cancellation or repeat, and then please go ahead and present. If they didn't look into the matter and presented the results, the complainant there would have said, in spite of my complaint, you went ahead. So I think, as I said earlier, what is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Thank God it's continued, the announcement, and we have 8 additional results. Now let's begin to take them one after the other. Ebonyi State. Now, generally, before we go into specifics, you both may have noticed that we have a wide gap between the number of voters registered and the number of voters accredited eventually.
And the number of people who voted.
Who eventually voted.
Voting, yes.
Why are we having such?
It follows the trend. I've had cause to say this at other fora, that you see, everybody cry about getting their PVCs. Oh, Inex hasn't given me my PVC, I wanted to vote, and the rest. And I said to people, you will find out that quite substantial number of these people clamoring to get their PVCs will not turn out to vote. Of course, it's their right, legitimate right for them to have it. I'm not saying it's, but we can't wait for everybody to have before we continue the process. With all the extensions and additional days given by INEC, it's still about 82% as at the time we are going into polls.
Yes.
So we can't have 100% because some people have died, some people have moved places and the rest. But beyond that, you know, it's also, when you look at the hype leading to this election, the situation was very tense. A lot of people envisage that there is going to be widespread violence across the country. So invariably, a lot of people took the exercise with a cautious approach. Let me not be the one that they will use his head to sacrifice for the watering of democracy. You know, things like that. You could even see a lot of traveling that has taken place in a place like Abuja. You can almost take today as a Sunday, you know, because the roads are just free. Even workers refuse to go to work. In places like Lagos, it was reported that yesterday, most of the workers have left because of fear or rumor, so to speak, that there are going to be protests and Israel. So, and people love lives. We all love our lives. Nobody wants to die, particularly for a cause or a civil exercise such as this. If you are in a war situation, you know death can approach anytime. But in a civil exercise that ordinarily should elicit joy, that should make people to be appreciative of the fact that they are witnessing democracy in their lifestyle and the rest. Our politicians or the political elite have turned it into an uncivil war. Because election by its nature is a war on its own. But if there is civil war, there are uncivil war. In Nigeria, it has been turned to an uncivil war. Because you could see that all the parties, particularly the 2 leading political parties, threw everything they have into the process. There were a lot of, you can see, even the international community has to make the contenders to sign 2 different peace accords just to allow peace to reign. And that is why a lot of people have sensed that, oh, if there is an outbreak of violence, are we sure we are protected to go? So that possibly accounted for the difference between the number of registered voters, number of persons who collected their PVC, and number of people who actually voted. Don't also forget that because of the late commencement of the exercise, which is a big dent on the achievements of INEC. Because on the average, elections started about an hour late in many polling units. And not everybody has the patience and tolerance level to stay through the entire day for an exercise that shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes at the very most. So I think these are some of the factors that could possibly have been responsible for what we have witnessed.
This last point leads into the point I want you to comment on. If we understand people registering and not eventually coming to be accredited, can we understand people who turn up for accreditation and then did not turn up for voting?
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, people had their own registration, they went and registered. So they had cards have come. Nigerians like to get things. They went and obtained the cards. Oh, they haven't given me my card. You know, there was so much hype.
Yes.
My card has not been given. You understand?
Sure.
You have got yours, but where is my card? People got the cards. Now, when it came to voting, going to vote, they know that they will give their time. So in most places where people are business inclined, they wouldn't want to go and give that time. More so as in the past, some people had actually distanced themselves from the political process. So we are going to vote them in now, and they go there and forget us. So you see in a place like Lagos, where you have registered voters, 5.8 million, when it came to coming to vote, and of course with the rainfall and all that, they felt, I mean, it's not what subjecting ourselves to so much inconvenience and
Lagos had a particular problem
1.6
about
million.
issuing out the voters card. The figures in Lagos are very difficult to understand.
Good.
5.8
million registered,
1.6
accredited,
eventually accredited, and then
you see the problem.
The difference.
So when it comes to giving of their time, going through the inconvenience, people say, look, my shade has been locked for the past 1 hour. You see, it happens in so many business areas.
Yes.
Okay.
We can begin to talk about those business areas. Eboyi is one of the places.
Yes.
1 million.
So
and then
you can
eventually 400,000 turned down.
Exactly, turned down. Then after turning out, just like he said, when the people get there, where are these INEC people? Where are these? They say nobody. They go back. You know, I mean, some of us experienced it. We had to be telling the people, please have patience. They will come. Even when they come, setting up is another process. They say the people have come here since, they have not started doing anything. Then they go back. So we needed to be persuading people to please go back, since you have already brought out this day. So we, in areas where people don't talk to them like that, others go and, I mean, they go to their farms and say, well, these people are not going to give me what I'm going to eat today. So there is that tendency. Secondly, he talked about people going away and all that. I think I call it electoral tourism. I enjoyed a bit of it. I went by road, actually. Passed through all these places, got to Uromi, passed through Biaja, passed through a land that I've never been to, entered Asaba, and I enjoyed it. It's part of electoral tourism. I was not running for dear life. I was running to go and educate my people, exercise my franchise, and then get back. So I think we should start seeing it a bit in the positive light. People were not necessarily running because they would die. Some wanted to get home and help in the process. And it is also gratifying to note that in spite of, as you said, the apocalyptic nature given the thing initially that, oh, it's going to be a do or die, people have gone through the first stage of this process and are waiting for the second one. What we should do, most importantly, from these figures we are getting now, from the experiences we are getting from all over the country, is to equip ourselves better for the next leg that is coming in barely 2 weeks' time, so that people can be better sensitized, processes can be better handled. I think it's not it's not altogether bad.
Having taken an overview, let's now take a look at the specific states that have been released, that were released in this last session.
Yes.
We've spoken briefly about Ebonyi, but then let's look at the performance of the political parties. PDP had 323,653 votes to APC's 19,518. That is a whopping gap. But you had hinted it in the before we went for this announcement.
Yes, it was the same pattern in Enugu. Okay, same pattern in Ebonyi. If you look at almost Cross River, it's about the same pattern. There are areas where people are a bit more conservative in their political leaning. Areas that are more open, like you see what happened in the Southwest, you see some sort of balance because people have opened up and embraced new tendencies, and that's what is responsible for that.
Mr. Ojo, let's take Niger. Niger APC got 657,678, while PDP got 149,222. Does that come as a surprise to you? Going by the fact that PDP currently has a governorship of Niger State?
Well, everything in politics, one thing that is constant to politics is the dynamism of that field. It's a very dynamic enterprise. You see, the issue is, do people vote party or they vote personality? If we had that story in 2011, I'm not voting party A, but I'm voting
this particular election.
No, I'm not voting this party, but I'm voting this person because it's from the same religious.
Let's look at the presidential election. When you talked about Southwest that we saw,
exactly.
we saw people say we will vote for the president in this
election,
one,
and then vote for another. That is exactly what I'm hinting at. It tallies when people say, oh, because of this person, I have a lot of respect for this person. This man is an icon. I want to identify with it. Don't also forget, in the lead up to this election, that state particularly had
Niger
Niger State. The deputy governor decamped to the opposition party, which then shows that it's a house divided against itself. And that's what also played out in Ondo to an extent, even though the Ondo one was even much closer, or it was on the eve of the election. But you can't take it away from, and also Rivers.
Yes.
Similar things also played out in Rivers. You cannot wish away the influence of somebody like Engineer Tele Ikuru in Rivers as to why the president or the ruling party got that kind of figure, because every one of them has their own followers. So when you look at Niger, the internal bickering arising from the primaries. Let me paint a small scenario to you. For instance, in the senatorial election, Niger East senatorial election was held about 3 months ago. The former deputy governor was fielded as a candidate of the ruling party in that election. Now, the man just spent 3 months. You will have expected that maybe the party will field him in the general election. But no, the governor said, just keep that seat for me. When my tenure
allegedly, possibly.
Allegedly, possibly. Yes. Well, nothing is. But it will seem.
Yes.
It will seem.
What happened?
It will seem that was what happened, because otherwise, what's the impact of somebody who is a senator for 3 months or thereabouts, or a very short time? So, I think part of the reason could be found in the decampment of the deputy governor, in some of the fallout from the primaries of the party in December, November, during their party nomination process. And also the fact that maybe the presidential candidate of the opposition party has a better appeal to them, because whether we like it or not, if we look at the electoral map of Nigeria today, how do people vote? You see people leaning towards religion, towards ethnicity, towards tribe. Let's take a scenario. I read something today. In Lagos, even though we are discussing Niger, you find out that the Igbos have put their numerical strength in Lagos to a good use. About 3 or 4 House of Reps members were reported to have come from the southeast among the newly elected members of the House of Reps. It's unprecedented. Usually people say, this is not my place. This is not my place or something. But you could see that where people have a significant, and that tells you that when people are united for a cause, whether you call it primordial sentiments as we want to label it, people still vote along ethnic and religious lines, not necessarily because of your manifesto.
In who they believe in.
In whom they believe in. Not necessarily the beauty of your manifesto or how glowing you are able to speak, or whether you are an orator or you are reticent. No, people don't want to know that. Sometimes. And you see that it's not a Nigerian thing, it's not an Africa, it's a global phenomenon. Some people are reticent. They hardly will be able to say 5 sentences, but they have an appeal. They have the aura. People want to follow them for whatever. And you could see the contrast between what happened in Niger to what happened in Nasarawa.
Yes.
Which is in which case the ruling party in that state also lost. Okay. So you can see it's a dynamic thing.
Good.
Election is a dynamic thing.
Now that Mr. Ojo has moved to Lagos, Lagos is the next place where we're going to look at. Lagos is no more a one-sided issue anymore, at least for now. We can say that from these votes, 792,460 to APC, and then 632,327 for PDP. It never used to be that close in Lagos.
Yeah, because he has more or less explained it. There is dynamism. Our politics is not static. It's evolving. And mind you, when we made the analysis of Nasarawa, and I told you about the effect of the contiguity of FCT to Nasarawa, where so many people working in the FCT live actually in Nasarawa. Going to Nasarawa is fun. It's funny. By the time you get to Karuhia, you are already in Nasarawa. You live in another state and work in another state. That's more or less.
It does happen in Lagos. You live in Otaobo and go to Lagos.
Lagos is the old capital of Nigeria. There are people who were born there who are now aging adults.
Sure.
They live there. It's their home. Then there are new ones. As the economic capital again, a lot of the people live there to exercise their businesses. Now, you can't wish them away. So if you bring a party that you think you control probably along ethnic lines, it's going to be faulted, because there are various people there with various interests, various outlooks. And Mr. Joe mentioned something quite interesting. There's a combination of personality and party in this whole thing. I can be living in your state as a non-indigen, but your personality as the leader of the party in that area does not suit me.
Yeah.
And so I have to reach out to the other party. So Lagos can be explained. There are all sorts of people living there. So
it's a melting pot.
Yes, it's a melting pot. You cannot force a particular party line down their throats, hook, line, and sinker. It can never happen.
Bayelsa showed that that is where President Goodluck Jonathan comes from, and they appreciate him, and they showed it in their votes. only 5,194 to APC, and that was the only opposition party that got that much. And then the remaining went to the PDP, 361,209.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, but
it's the son of the soil.
Yeah, but I would like us to make a comparison later on President Jonathan's showing in Katsina.
Okay, okay.
As compared with
General Buhari showing in
Bayelsa. I think it should interest us to see how these things are evolving, because you said as a son of the soil.
You know, sir, we cannot also take away the incumbency thing.
Sure.
I'm saying that against what you just said about comparing and contrasting. If
we have the recently released results already on the screen.
Okay.
So we can follow them one after the other. But you can continue, Mr. Ojo.
Yeah.
We are with
what I'm saying is that when you look at the Bayelsa, aside the fact that it's a son of the soil phenomenon, that this is one of us, which is also what rub off in even in rivers.
Naturally.
In rivers. Sure. It's part of what rub off.
Yes.
That is our brother now. You had that much during campaigns. Even when the deputy governor of Rivers State decamped, he said, how can we not support one of our own? And so you find that. But beyond that is what I also call the incumbency factor. The party, PDP, controls Bayelsa, controls the center. So the governor will have done a lot of mobilization to ensure that his principal, his brother president, is not disgraced in his own state.
But if we say that, then did other governors not mobilize? Did Katsina State governor not mobilize?
No, that's why I said there is no one size fit all. There's no one size fit all analysis when you are analyzing, because it's like it's different stroke for different folks. Even as ethnic groups, our mentality are different. Do you understand? That's why we call something Southwest politics. Somebody called me this morning. He said, you Southwest people, you are the most savvy, most sophisticated electorate he has ever seen. Because in the same Lagos, way back under Agbala Jobi, Sarumi, this man that died, Otedola, you have SDP clearing all positions, only to lose the governorship to the late Otedola under NRC. You will have thought that whoever was contesting then under NRC is a waste of resources to even go into that contest, because the mood of the people then was for SDP. But you could see that because people were disenchanted about a particular candidate, they decided to vote otherwise, and that played out very much in the Lagos politics that we just quickly mentioned. So by and large, I would say it's not what I've said is not the only reasons why we have this kind of landslide and moonslide victory for Mr. President in his home state. But you can't rule out the fact that there is there is a religious factor to it, because if you weigh the two, how many Muslims are in Bayelsa? How many? It's predominantly a Christian community. I'm yet to say a Bayelsa man that is a Muslim, unless by conversion, so to speak, maybe through evangelism or something. But you find out that even though the same applies in many northern states, but many northern states have a very large, also significant number of other people living there, and people of other religious inclination also living there. So many of these factors play out during politics. One, the appeal of the contestants. How does he deserve my vote? Again, what is my affinity to him? Is this somebody I can identify with? Is this somebody that can better my life? And don't also forget that almost all this while the agitation from Niger Delta has been that we are the only one that has never been to the president. Now, in the lead up to the campaign, we must have our 2 terms. We must have our 2 terms, and that is why part of what has eaten up the politics. So it doesn't come as a surprise that the president won with very convincingly in his home state.
And Gombe, of course, we can fit in the explanation in Gombe to some of the ones we have seen elsewhere, like in Katsina. Gombe has a PDP governor, but then, in fact, let's even drop Katsina. Let's take Jigawa. Katsina is easier to explain because that's where the APC candidate comes from. But let's take Jigawa and fit in the explanation you gave to Jigawa to Gombe, possibly. 96,000 to PDP, and then 361,245 to APC. Dr. Njoku.
Well, Mr. Joe has mentioned something that we seem to downplay. Whether we like it or not, at the stage at which we are now, at our stage of development, there are very strong ethnic and religious factors that play in people choosing who is going to rule them.
Is that not why, sorry please, is that not why the annulment of June 12 is and was painful to a lot of people? Because that theory did not play out clearly in the June 12 elections.
Unfortunately.
That's possibly why.
Unfortunately, that's possibly why.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. Let me tell you, when you write, as he said, a very wonderful manifesto. Huh? Yes. I mean, I write a very great manifesto now and go to Elisha, for example, and start reading it in high sounding and flowing, grandiloquent English and all that and all that. Then they ask one trader, one person like, this joke, where's it? Exactly. You understand? So the man, he will ask the other man, say, what is he really saying? He says, do this, it's okay. And then Ojo now comes and sweeps them off. You know, sweeps them off. You say, so don't mind that grammar that man was speaking there. This is the thing we're going to do. So I think with more education coming, more sensitization, people will start appreciating the content of party manifestos and what they can, import. Right now, people still have those primordial considerations. Is this man speaking our language? Does he worship with us? And so on and so forth. Once they're not there, there is some sort of, his move is suspect.
Okay.
So that could explain some of the things you see here and there.
Okay. We can afford to jump to rivers and leave across rivers because some of these explanations are just going to be duplicated in Cross River.
Exactly.
But Rivers is unique because it was a battleground, even though we have always known that Rivers is a reservoir for the PDP, has always been.
Sure.
It showed it again this time.
Sure.
Why didn't all the hype of APC gaining ground show in the number of votes this time around?
Mind you, PDP, Rivers had been a PDP state all along.
Yeah.
There was a sort of political quirk that made Rivers venture into the APC.
Yeah.
And I could tell you that it's a short venture. Short in the sense that the same governor who is there now was a PDP governor, spent a whole term as a PDP governor, entered the second term as a PDP governor, and of course towards the tail end of his term became an APC governor.
He was even a PDP speaker for 8 years.
Exactly, he was a PDP speaker for
8 years before being 8 years of governor.
Yes, was chairman of Governors Forum
for
and
many
so on
years.
and so forth. So the only thing you don't convert people so massively overnight. And you remember the saying that if you, as he said, there's that feeling of, look, we have been marginalized all this time. Now that we have the chance Why do we do this? Mind you, they say if you scratch a Christian heart, you see the pagan in him. You understand?
That's a very good way.
So the people said, I mean, by the heck, with also the move by the deputy governor at the very last minute. I mean, people who were saying, oh, if this man who had been right inside could come and do this, why not we?
And you find out that it was even the deputy governor that was doing much of the governance.
Exactly.
While the governor himself was junketing about and trying to...
Yes.
So, a general picture of what you have seen so far. Do we have democratic principles being entrenched as we move on? We are not there yet. In fact, this election is not even half done yet. But from the picture you see, Mr. Ojo, are you seeing democracy being entrenched?
Exactly. I do. I see democracy being entrenched. I see a lot of upset. Let's take the senatorial. How will you explain an incumbent governor losing his... A governor governs over the entire state. Now he wants to go and contest for one-third, and then he loses. And this is not a regional thing. It cuts across. You know, that people, when they don't like your face, there is no hegemony. We are breaking down the barriers of hegemony in Nigerian politics gradually. It's not a revolutionary thing. But you could see that more than ever before, this is the first real election I would say we have had. Because the competition was very fierce. There was campaign. There were issues raised. People shine their eyes, as we say in local parlance. Look at the FCT result. APC won House of Reps. PDP won House of Reps. Unfortunately, there is no senatorial seat to split. There is only one, which eventually went to the PDP. And you could see the people, the passion that an average electorate showed in the lead up to this election, and on election day, it's unprecedented. I think it was when we saw something this close was in '93, during that SDP NRC elections, where Abiola supposedly won a pan-Nigerian mandate, even in spite of fielding the SDP fielding a Muslim ticket. Yes. And people say, how we wish we can go back to that, because you will recall that part of the landmines some political analysts warned APC particularly against was they are fielding a Muslim ticket if they want to have an impressive showing in the presidential race. And I think they heeded that, and possibly it's paying off for them from the result that have so far been declared. So I see a lot of entrenchment of democracy in the kind of offset. Don't also forget the amount of money, mind-boggling sums of money that were spent in the lead up to this election. So much so that the two topmost parties broke the ceiling of campaign expenses. But you'll find out that money is not the sole determinant. INEC is supposed to
be monitoring that.
Yeah, the INEC is actually monitoring. I mean, you know that INEC is monitoring. But you see, so it's a post-election thing. Yes. No, it's a post-election thing. The report of INEC will be made available to the public after the elections have been concluded. So that is why you cannot have INEC coming out to condemn or whatever. But we do know that there is a lot of dollars and naira that exchange hands in the lead up to the election and even on election day. But how much of that? How much of influence does that have in the outcome we have begun to see? It has a very limited effect, if you ask me. So what I'm saying invariably is that when you look at even the observers, the kind of attention that Nigerian election is commanding globally, it's unprecedented. It then shows that Nigeria, and you had the U.S. ambassador saying that he's going to recommend the use of card reader to his country or to his state in U.S., which shows that the U.S., well, I hope it's not being cynical when he said that, but which means that the U.S. is possibly trying to learn one or two things from Nigeria. But I see, when you look at the electorate, I give them thumbs up. for their perseverance, their tolerance, their long suffering, in spite of the initial hiccups to the electoral process. You look at Inex, the kind of transparency with which they have handled their affairs thus far. So much so that the two main rivals are accusing the commission of bias. And where that happens, that is when you are doing the right thing. Because if it's only one party that is saying you are biased, it then means that, you know, but you could see the, and when we talk about entrenching democracy, let's look at, somebody said something on a radio program earlier today and said, it has clearly shown that Nigeria is a two-party state. And this is what many of us have called for, but with a caveat that you don't legislate it.
Yeah. Let people move to where they want to move.
Let people move. We have 14 presidential candidates. And when you see the results, what are people interested in? It's either PDP or APC. When you say COA, what is my business? Let me hear the APC result. Let me hear the PDP result. Because that's what makes their day. That's the tabulation. That's what they are tabulating. And you could see that even here, we are not even mindful of the discourse of other political parties, because it doesn't really count much in terms of the and so when you look at the fact that we are now gradually evolving into a two-party state, in which case either of them could form a government, the fact that we now have a more enlightened electorate who are ready to do everything to support the electoral process to succeed, so much so that, you know, on Saturday we saw people volunteering their time and resources to help the process to succeed. They are hiring tents, they are putting their generator to charge the card reader, they are issuing tally numbers to people to make sure that there is orderly queue at the polling unit. These are very patriotic efforts of Nigeria that is showing that we have willingly subscribed to democratic ethos, that elections and democracy is best suited, we prefer that over military regimes. Because if we have not behaved ourselves, if there is a widespread violence, if there are issues, widespread issues, we wouldn't have be talking of an electoral process like this.
Still talking about entrenching democratic principles. Somebody came on set here on NT and described the two processes which you talked about in the morning as upstream and downstream. Yeah. Now, we are at the announcement stage. People have done their bits, they have voted. At the announcement stage, some of the processes need to be tidied up. And we saw a little bit of it. In fact, it's one of the reasons why the results are coming in bits and pieces in terms of how returns are taken from states. What can we do about that to make sure that it doesn't extend and give us an elastic that could snap an electorate?
Well, first of all, let me join what he said about the democratic process in the first place. I now have, we now have COA party, I think, that has a female presidential
we'll talk about
candidate that has been able to. So the process is evolving.
Yes. And
the mini processes in the mega process are also evolving. Today we are saying you must come with a hard copy of your result and read. And you saw the collation officer of Rivers State, you know, struggling to read. And the chairman said, look, you must read from your manuscript. Okay, that is what it is today. By the next election, for example, in the next 4 years, we should have evolved a system that can take care of faster transmission of results that are credible. Because the man said, look, I only read typescripts. I don't read manuscripts. And the chairman is saying, we don't trust this typescript because somebody could have smuggled in one digit or the other there. Read what you wrote, what you entered yourself. So we now have the onus of working on this process to make sure that by the next election, results come in fast. Something happened with JAM exams this year. The CBT, computer-based testing.
Yes.
By the time you finish 2 hours after you have your results, you know whether you succeeded or not. 4 years ago, it wasn't like that. So these are processes that are evolving.
We are even lucky that all the returning officers from state got safely to Abuja.
Exactly.
Some flew, some came by road.
By road.
You saw the incident of the same Inex having a relationship with the road transport workers, and they failed at the in some places at the last minute.
Naturally.
Somebody could have intercepted some of these returning officers on their way to Abuja.
Oh, sure. It does happen. Okay. It does happen that, you know, somebody stop, a policeman can stop you and say, I must see what you are carrying. Unless you show me, you can't pass. So there are these logistic problems that we have to work upon as the process evolves. It's interesting that Mr. Ojo has said that the U.S. now wants to learn from us. Maybe they'll ask Ojo to come and become the electoral chairman there. But you will see that the realities may not be the same there. The logistic realities may not be exactly the same because of advanced technology and all that. These are issues we have to study. But remember what I also said earlier in the morning. I said before we import technology, we must make sure of our own realities here, because there are technologies you can import which we can chew but we can't swallow.
Okay. Mr. Ojo, let's go back to these figures.
Yeah,
are they giving a picture of a trend eventually?
Yeah, they are. It's fascinating. As you have earlier said, you see people voting, with the exception of Lagos particularly. The other results have shown ethnic and religious inclinations. A northern candidate doing best in his own catchment area, a southern candidate coming out tops, winning landslide and moonslide in his own catchment areas. I know that's not what Nigerians would like to see in a deeply entrenched democratic environment. But whether you like it or not, that is the norm for now. And this is not peculiar to Nigeria. It's a global phenomenon. You are expected to do well. And you see, there's also a trend that I think we should not forget. Politicians making capital statements about where you win and where you lose. Recall that in 1999, a lot of hues and cries were made about former President Obasanjo losing in his unit, in his ward, in his local government, and it makes frontline news.
Now they will do anything to win in
exactly,
their area.
Because now they say charity begins at home. Well, and you media people, you are the one that will first make an issue out of it. You see newspaper headline, hey, party chairman lost in his unit, in his local government, in his ward, and that's where everybody is now trying to tidy up his own backyard. That look, I don't want, and I think that was the fight of the life that Rotimi Amechi, the governor of Rivers State, was trying to put up. I believe, and this is just my own assumption, that he knew there is no way he will have defeated President Jonathan in Rivers, but he wants to have a good showing, given the critical role, the very significant role he was made to play as the chairman, or is it the DG of Buhari campaign organization. So he wanted to show that I'm not just a figurehead, that the trust and confidence you have in me, let me even be able to deliver 25%. I think that is possibly that's possibly what he was striving at. Yeah. Because if you know the mindset of a politician, the thing that pains a politician most is humiliating defeat in his own backyard. So I think that was what this trend has shown. Everybody wants to be seen as having done well in their own state, and our voting patterns still shows our primordial sentiments alongside in politics, along ethnic, religious, social status, our economic status, still largely determine where we are putting our ballot, and it's evolving. I just hope we will not scuttle this process. That's why I was initially scared, you know, when that objection came initially, that I hope we are not returning to June 12, 1993. But thank God, good reason prevailed, and we are able to move on with the announcement.
Let's look at the women participation. The statistics have it that women constitute at least 50% of the voting strength in Nigeria, but they seem to have more confidence in the larger parties, in the established parties, naturally, possibly like most Nigerians. They have a female presidential candidate. Not many of them have looked, or not many of us, I should not take it to women alone, not many of us have looked in that direction of the COA party that has the only female presidential candidate in this election.
Well, the voting, you know, we are not voting, even though he said politics is emotional, we are not voting because we like a particular gender or the other. I am sure that if one of the elder parties had a female candidate as a presidential candidate, there would have been gender sympathy from the female electorate.
Why should there not be gender sympathy? PDP, for instance, particularly, I should say, recognized the number of women we have in the electorate and went around the country campaigning specifically on women platform.
Yes.
So what is wrong if a female presidential candidate flaunts that kind of platform too and say, look, I'm a woman, vote for me?
That's what I'm saying.
Talking to her women folk.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen before now. If, for example, the presidential candidate of, say, the PDP or APC had been a woman, you can imagine the sympathy, or rather the empathy she would have enjoyed from the women folk. And of course, if she is a convincing woman, like some of your ministers have been, then some of the men would have said, look, in spite of whatever you say, I believe what this person is saying.
The professor, the Koma presidential candidate, looked convincing.
Yeah, but then she's still from the toddling parties. She's from, you know, we talked about that earlier in the morning. She's still in one of these toddling parties. But mind you, some parties have predicted in the past that they will rule for God knows how long. Things are changing. Things are evolving. You will not be surprised tomorrow that one of these parties just becomes a major party tomorrow. And you'll not be surprised if two women emerge as the two men contending and outstanding contestants in this game.
Can that happen very soon?
Well, I don't see. Well, it's a possibility. In politics, everything is a possibility. But we should not. I agree with Doc that Professor Shona, possibly if she had contested or was the standard bearer for a party like PDP or APC, would have had a very good showing. I think part of the reason why women don't possibly want to vote for their fellow women, they weigh the chances somewhat. What chance has this person? You know, because I see a lot of, when people campaign, they say, don't waste your vote.
Exactly.
You know, the emotional decision is, am I wasting my vote voting for this person, knowing full well that majority, 9 out of 10 will not vote for her. If I do cast my vote, of what significance is that vote? But we should not also forget history that was made, or that is being made, if I want to say, if you will allow me to say that. In Anambra, where 2 out of the 3 senatorial seats have been won by women. Honorable Uche Kunife and Mrs. Stella Odua. You know, out of 3, women in Anambra have claimed 2 senatorial seats. It's unprecedented.
And not only that, the one won by Uche
they defeated a former governor.
A sitting
senator who happens to be a former governor.
So
it's a very significant achievement, very significant. Important. So we should not gloss over that. So by and large, I think we are evolving. Our politics is evolving. Women need to show more solidarity with their own. And the major challenge is even getting the nomination of the party. Yes. I think we discussed it here a few days ago. There were approximately 1,000 or thereabouts among all the contestants. And in Taraba, APC actually fielded a female governorship candidate. We haven't had governorship election, so we don't know whether she will be elected on April 11. Well, so we are making gradual snail-paced progress, but what we want to see is more women showing interest in politics, and not just more women, quality women, because it's about quality. You see, a woman has to work doubly hard for her to make impact. I followed the Honorable Uche Kunife's campaign. It was very intense. You will even think she's the sole contender, because I didn't see much campaign from Senator Ngige. I may have missed it, or possibly it did a lot, because what Ms. Ekunife did was that it was almost on the news, national news, even though it was a senatorial election, but she was making sure that she has the right media hype, and she talked to women groups, and she also took advantage of the religious circles, selling her candidacy. And you don't also want to discountenance that she's an old horse in this game. She's well experienced. I think she's a 2-term House of Reps member, and she had also contested the governorship in Anambra. But now, eventually she has been able to move up to the senatorial seat, which is commendable, and I congratulate her and Mrs. Stella Odua for that no mean feat that they have performed. But at the national level, at the presidential level, it will take a long while. Because even when you look at the history of UK, the fact that Mrs. Margaret Thatcher of blessed memory was able to, she has been the only prime minister, even prior, that UK had produced. That is how many centuries of, in spite of how many centuries of politics. So you know that it takes a lot of convincing for men to want to support a female candidate, but we'll get there.
Okay, there are signals coming from the International Conference Center. It's like about starting off another session of announcements. There is an area of personal interest I would have wished we went into, but we must go back to that. That's in terms of litigations, court, and all that. Those are areas where we are hoping that Nigerians will not be treated to another long period of litigation. But then let's go back to the International Conference Center and see what Inex has for us.
Adamawa.
What do you look at this?
Honorable Chairman, distinguished commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jeffrey Okoba. I'm Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Wukari. I was the collating officer for the state of Adamawa for the presidential voting exercise.
Excuse me, it's not being protected, but it's secretariat, just hold on.
Okay.
Is it projected now? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Prof, can continue, please.
Thank you, thank you. The state of Adamawa has 21 local government areas. There are 14 political parties that participated in this voting exercise. The total number of registered voters for Adamawa is 1518123. Again, 1518123. Number of accredited voters, 709993. I'll now go on to the political parties and the numbers scored. AA 495, ACPN 1166, AD 595, ADC 1012, APA 1549, APC 374701, CPP 819, HOPE 267, COA 752, NCP 1212, PDP 251664, PPN 1163, UDP 289, UPP 334. Total number of valid votes 636018. Rejected votes 25192. Total votes cast 661210.
Thank you very much, Prof. Were there any cancellations?
Yes, sir. We had cancellation from about 7 LGAs. Demsa, Fufure, Kirei, Madagali, Maiha, Mubi North, and Newman. For Girei, 3 RAs were involved, registration areas. 7 polling units with a total registered voters of 4271. For Fufure, 2 RAs were involved, 2 polling units, total count voters 1308. For Girei, 1 RA, 1 polling unit, number 393. For Madagali, 1 area was involved, 12 polling units, number 4701. For Meher, 1 area, 9 polling units, number affected 3297. For Mubi North, 1 area involved, 3 polling units, number 2185. For Newman, 2 RAs involved, 3 polling units. The number involved there, 1959. Total number of RAs involved, 11. Number of polling units, 37. Total number of voters affected, 18114.
Thank you very much, Prof. Could you please submit the results?
Thank you.
Submit the results.
very much. Another material. Okay. Which others? Okay. All right. Please, you will need to initial one. Where do you share it? No, you do it just initial.
Prof, you indicated you have an incidence reporting form. Where is it? Oh, okay, he's bringing it. Can you tell us what is the nature of the incidents first? You can stand here.
I think there were a few cases where voting was suspended or cancelled. We had an incident where the collation agent was locked up, and then we had a situation where by some gang, and then we had a situation where the voting materials the ballot papers were destroyed.
Okay, so you have that implemented in the
Yes,
reporting form. Okay, thank you very much. This is not incident.
No, they are in here.
Okay.
Yes. I can take this one.
Yes, return it to the rec, please. Okay, what is this? Open it. Oh, okay, please, all of the try to talk. I think all of these things you are bringing are actually things that should be handed over to the Secretariat, to the Resident Electoral Commissioner. They are not meant for us. It's right here. For the purposes are here, what you documented and presented, I think, was what we needed. So hand them over securely to the Resident Electoral Commissioner. Next, please.
Yes, next is Zamfara State. Professor Abdullahi Abduzuru was the state collation officer. Professor Zuru.
Adamawa.
The Honorable Chairman, distinguished commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Professor Abdullahi Abduzuru. Vice Chancellor, Usman Danfodiyo University, Sokoto. I was the Collation Officer for the presidential election in Zamfara State. Zamfara State has 14 local governments and 14 parties contested. I now give the figures. Number of registered voters, 148,4941. Number of accredited voters, 875049. The scores for each party. AA 125, ACPN 238, AD 290, ADC 294, APA 1310, APC 612202, CPP 655, Hope 14, COA 122, NCP 404, PDP 144833, PPN 374, UDP 93, UPP 68. Total valid votes 761,022. Rejected votes 19157. Total votes cast 780,179.
Thank you, Prof. There are any cancellations?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There were cancellations and there were polling centers where elections could not hold. Okay. And I'm presenting Anchor, who have 2 RAs affected, number of polling stations 4, number of registered voters 2120. Birnin Magaji, area affected 2, polling units affected 3, 1537 number of registered voters there. Bukyum, number of RAs affected 2, number of PUs affected 3, number of registered voters 1602. Gusau, number of RA affected 3, number of PU 4, number of registered voters 510. Kauran Namoda, number of RAs 1, number of PU 1, and number of registered voters 611. Maradun, RA 4, PU affected 4, registered voters 2036. Maru, 5 RAs affected, 10 PUs, and then number of registered voters 4,548. Then Zurmi, number of RAs affected 2, polling units 2, voters, registered voters 1001. Gives us total of 21 RAs affected, 31 PUs affected, and then the total is 13,965.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yes, just the total, you can see under the total there, we're putting 14 there, but the number of local governments affected is 8.
Yes, okay.
So we note that.
All right. It says total 14 under the LGA code.
Yes,
that is the number of LGAs.
Yes, it's supposed to be 8.
But the ones
affected, yes.
affected are 8.
Yes.
We can see from the numbers there.
Yeah.
Okay, that correction should be effected.
Yeah.
Maybe effect it on the copy and sign it.
Sign, okay. Then, Mr. Chairman, there is an incident that occurred at Dan Sado involving a presiding officer. Accreditation was done successfully. Voting, counting, all successfully done, but compilation of the report, I understand he had a draft, and then to transfer to the result sheet, apparently tension developed and he had to relocate somewhere. That is the information. But when he relocated somewhere away from the polling station, he was apprehended by security men. So that matter is there. A full report, I've asked the EO to give a full report on that matter. It's included here in the council report. That's why we're giving the information. So the detailed report will be given.
So the results were not compiled or taken.
Yeah.
So it's disrupted. The process was disrupted. So it's appropriate that it's in the incidents reporting.
Right. Okay. So thank you. Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So please submit the result. Next, please.
Yes, Chairman Kebbi is next, and Professor Mohammed Lawal Ahmadu was the State Collation Officer. Professor Ahmadu, please.
Honorable Chairman, members of the High Table, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to present the results in respect of the presidential elections from Kebbi State. And I am Professor Muhammad Lawal Amadou, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration at Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. Incidentally, my Vice Chancellor has just preceded me. Thank you. I served as the Collation Officer for Kebbi State in respect of the recently concluded presidential elections. Kebbi State has 21 local government areas, and Kebbi State is coded 21. 14 political parties participated in the elections, and they've all been captured in the results. The total number of registered voters stands at 1,457,763. 1,457,763. The total number of accredited voters stands at 792,817. 792,817. The votes received by the parties who participated in the elections are also listed, but I'll give the total valid votes and the rejected votes and the vote casts as well. For the parties, I will start with AA. 214. ACPN 361. AD 450. ADC 472. APA 2685. APC 567883. CPP 1794. Hope 213. COA 448. NCP 519. PDP 100972. PPN 547. UDP 207. and UPP 238. This results into a total of valid votes as 677,003. Number of rejected votes is 38,119. 38,119. And total vote cast across the 21 local government areas of the state in the presidential election is 715,122. 715,122. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Any cancellations or incidents?
No, I am pleased to report that as far as Kebbi State was concerned, elections were held in the 21 local government areas of the state, and there was never an incident of any cancellation. And it's also pleasing to note that elections were orderly and were conducted to the best of our ability. And I think I'll, in this regard, like to commend the Inex State Office for that particular exercise. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I just asked you about incidents.
Yes. Yes.
So,
yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Present the result.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been told that there are 2 more states that are with us in this hall, but they are being processed by the Secretariat. It may take a few minutes. So we will have a sitting session. We are not going anywhere. We'll just sit here until they finish and then come, and as they come, we take them. Thank you.
No, hold on. Well, welcome back to the studios of the Nigeria Decides here at the Inex National Collation Center. As you heard there, Professor Attahiru Jega, the Inex chairman, who in this respect is the chief returning officer for the presidential elections, just announced another break and that 2 states, collation officers for 2 states are right now within the collation center trying to reconcile their figures at the secretariat of the collation center, and then we shall be going back to the collation hall the moment the process reconvenes. But before that break, we've already received results from 3 states, namely Adamawa State, Zamfara State, and Kebbi State. In Adamawa State, with a total registered voters of 1,518,123 voters, accredited voters were 709,993. APC recorded 374,701 votes, while the PDP recorded 251,664 votes. In Zamfara State, total number of registered voters was 1,484,941 registered voters. Accredited voters were 875,049 persons as accredited voters. APC recorded 612,202 votes, while the PDP recorded 144.
We have,
while 10,157 votes were rejected. In Kebbi State, which was presented by Professor Muhammad Awal, who was the collation officer for Kebbi State and also a staff of the Usman and Danfodio University, he said the state has 21 local government areas, and the total number of registered voters were 1,457,763 registered voters. Accredited voters were 792,817 persons were accredited as the valid accredited voters in Kebbi State. Out of the total of these persons that were accredited, APC scored 567,883 votes, while the PDP scored 100,972 votes. Professor Mohammed Lawal went ahead to say that the total number of votes cast were 715,122 votes. Valid votes stood at 677,003 votes, while 38,119 votes were rejected. So all in all, these were the three states, Adamawa, Zamfara, and Kebbi, that whose coalition officers were able to present their collation of the presidential election with respect to the presidential election in their various states. So far, we have had up to 9 states this morning, from the morning session to this afternoon session. And if we now extrapolate, and it means we are having a total of 9 states results outstanding. 9 states now are outstanding, and it is likely by the time the Inex National Collation Center reconvenes, we will have more of these states and more of the results. So far, 9 states are outstanding out of the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Of course, we have told you that the results of Abuja is already in, and the results of these other states are also in. So we have 9 states outstanding. We made efforts to bring up the PDP agent, Elder Godsday Orubebe, who made some protest earlier on, but he has promised to come to the studio here and tell us his side of the story much later. We will continue to make those efforts and see if we will get him. But he was actually in the studio, only that the session, he was told the session was about commencing, and he said he cannot spare even 2 minutes for us to talk with him. But I am confident he is going to come back and let us know his side of the story, the states that PDP is protesting on, and particularly the states of Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna. I understand there are another 2 other additional states, but by the time we get Professor Elder Godsday Orubebe, we will be bringing him in a few moments, and he will be telling us his side of the story, and most probably himself and his colleague, Dr. Bello Fadele, who together they protested in support of the PDP, that they are agents of at this Inex National Collation Center on the presidential election results being collated and presented to the chairman of INEC, Professor Atahiru Jiga, and of course the entire commissioners of INEC who are present here. At this point, before the reconvening of the INEC Collation Center, reconvening of proceedings, let me very quickly take you back to the Nigeria Desert Studios at our NTA headquarters and hear what Femi and his fellow observers, do I say, and resource persons have to say about the developments that so far emanated here from the INEC Collation Center. Femi, over to you. What do your resource persons have to say to the latest developments? So far, like I said, we have had 3 more states: Adamawa, Zamfara, and Kebbi.
Are watching NTA, Nigerian Television Authority.
Trend again continues, but our guests here already have the map set as to how these figures are coming in. So, welcome after the rest here, but there's no rest even for the people declaring it. Adamawa, Zamfara, and Kebbi. all of them going to APC, if I should summarize, but with different weight. PDP pulled greater weight, Mr. Ojo, in Adamawa than it was able to pull anywhere else.
Well, that's to be expected. Remember, with the impeachment of former Governor Murtala Nyako, and you know, the state reverted from APC to PDP, and ordinarily one would have expected that you know, the incumbency factor will play a role in making sure that PDP has a significant showing. What should surprise us is why PDP didn't win outrightly in Adamawa. But that follows trend we have seen in earlier, that we have said in our earlier analysis, that people usually vote along ethnic and religious lines. Again, there is also the factor of internal bickering within the PDP fold in Adamawa. Remember, there were parallel nominations that took place last December, parallel primaries. One took place in Adamawa, in Yola, another took place in Abuja, and in which case the incumbent governor was defeated, purportedly defeated by the Adamawa Congress, and that has necessitated a lot of bad blood within the family, within the PDP family in Adamawa. And I think that in itself was one of their undoing in making that undermine the very good showing they ordinarily should have had. So it doesn't come as much of a surprise that it has turned out that way.
But can we confidently say that this trend will continue in the governorship election? It may break away completely when we come to governorship. We're keeping these figures, Dr. Njoku, but let's visualize.
Well, what Femi, you have to understand that in the presidential election, you have a, whether you like it or not, a Christian president from the South, or even South-South. These are stark, bitter, but unfortunate realities. Competing for a post, I'm sorry, for a seat, and wanting somebody, say, from Zamfara, to vote for him, and this Zamfara basic person, basic voter, has a Muslim candidate, okay, from Katsina or something. Now, in the gubernatorial elections, you have 2-3 candidates from the same state, probably same religion. Okay? At times from the same senatorial zone.
Yes.
So
for the voter, nothing to lose.
For the voter, you know, they are not the same considerations.
Yes.
He may now start looking at, okay, has our zone ruled before, or hasn't it ruled? Which party now does this man represent? So it's not the same factors. There are factors that play vehemently at the presidential level, but that don't play at the gubernatorial level. And that is where surprises may come, just like my friend was saying. You could get people vote at the center, they vote this particular candidate. When they come to the state level, they vote a candidate from another party.
But,
so
that even played out in 2011. You remember? Lagos, for instance.
Or most of the Southwest states.
Most of the Southwest states, exactly. Because the president won overwhelmingly in 5 out of 6. But when it came to the local, and they said, as he said, all politics is local.
It's local.
Okay.
Sorry, Prof.
No, it's okay.
Zamfara next had 612 for APC and 144 for PDP. Zamfara really has been a problem for a PDP. They go and come and go and.
Yeah, that itself doesn't come as a surprise. Yes. You know the former governor.
Yes.
Who decamped.
Ahmed Sani?
No. The one after Ahmed Sani, who decamped to PDP from AMPP.
Okay.
After, you know, the Zamfara story is very intriguing. After Ahmed Sani left in 2007, he was the only governor that supported his deputy to succeed him.
Yes.
Now, when the deputy succeeded him, PDP was able to poach him to abandon the platform and joined the PDP.
Yes.
And when it was 2011 election, they got a member of House of Reps, Abdulaziz Yari, fielded against the PDP governor then, and he defeated him.
Yes.
And that was how the mandate went back to AMPP or Asetua then. So they have always been conservative in Zamfara in terms of their political leaning. Just like Doc said about Enugu and some of the southeast.
Particularly when it looks like they follow their leader. Leader says, go this way, and they vote that way.
Exactly. So, and like we said, ethnic, religious factor play a critical role, whether we want to admit it or not. Ethnicity, because you hardly will not see a Zamfara that is majorly populated by Muslims going to vote a Christian party. And this follows the same trend as we had in 2011. From many of the northern states, this scenario we are painting was what happened. You have in Gombe, the CPC there doing well.
Okay, we have to again return to the International Conference Center for more unfolding events. And again, this studio remains live, and then just like International Conference Center, but that's where it's happening. We are just assessing those things happening there. Let's go back to them.
373961. Hope. Sorry, CPP. 567. CPP 567. Hope 115. Hope 115. COA 105. COA 105. NCP 683. NCP 683. PDP 303 737. PDP 303 737. PPN 439. PPN 439. UDP 66. UDP 66. UPP 74. UPP 74. Total valid votes 683,264. 683,264. Rejected votes 198,67. 198,67. Total votes cast 703,131. 703,131.
Thank you very much, Prof. Was there any reported cancellations or incidences?
Yes, there were some such cases spread over 13 local government areas as follows. Ado LGA, there were 2 polling units involved, and the number of registered voters, 1651. 1651. APA, 5 polling units, the number of registered voters, 2294. 2294. Buruku, 23 polling units, and the number of registered voters, 12378. 12378. Boko, 8 polling units, and the number of registered voters, 4080. 4080. Guma, 25 polling units, number of registered voters, 10916. 10916. Gwe West, 2 polling units, and the number of registered voters, 1015. 1015. Konshisha, 20 polling units, the number of registered voters, 12735. 12735. Obi local government, 2 polling units, number of registered voters, 939. 939. Opoku local government, 2 polling units, number of registered voters, 856. 856. Otupo, 3 polling units, and the number of registered voters, 2560. 2560. Ukum, 11 polling units, and the number of registered voters, 5199. 5199. Ushongo, 15 polling units, and the number of registered voters, 8742. 8742. Vandekia local government, 35 polling units, and the number of registered voters, 20553. 20553. Thank you.
Total number?
Total number of registered voters is 83918. 83918.
All right, thank you so very much, Prof. And you can now submit the results.
Next, Mr. Chairman, is Professor Mohammed Kabiru Farouk. He was the State Collation Officer for Bauchi State. Please come step forward, Professor Farouk.
Okay, Prof, you are welcome. Please go ahead and present the results. Introduce yourself and then present the results.
Okay. Honorable Chairman, Honorable Commissioners, it's my pleasure and honor to present the results of the presidential election from Bauchi State. My name is Professor Mohammed Kabiru Farouk, Vice Chancellor, Federal University, Kashere in Gombe State. I was the Collation officer for Bauchi State in the presidential election 2015. There are 20 local governments in Bauchi State and 14 political parties contested the election. The number of registered voters is 2053484. 2053484. Number of accredited voters 1094069. 10940.
Sorry, Prof, are you reading from the original?
Yes, sir.
You are reading from the original?
Yes.
Okay. Can you raise it so we can see it? All right. Sorry about that, but okay. I didn't get the impression you are reading from the original.
Okay. Right. Again, number of accredited voters, 1094069. Votes received by political parties, AA 131, ACPN 232, AD 173, ADC 189, APA 964, APC 931598, 931598, CPP 391, 391, Hope 46, 46, COA 128, 128, NCP 207, 207, PDP 86085, 86085, PPN 128, 128, UDP 29, 29, UPP 3737. Total valid votes 1020338. 1020338. Rejected votes 19437. 19437. Total votes cast 1039775. 1039775. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prof. The next thing is to ask you whether there are any cancellations or incidents reported.
Yes. There were 10 local government areas where there were cancellations and incident reports filed. Number one is Al-Kaleri. 10 polling units were affected. The number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 3877. 3877. Second local government, Bogoro. 3 polling units were affected. The number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 2026. 2026. The third local government is Darazo. 1 polling unit was affected. The number of registered voters in the affected polling was 518. 518. The fourth local government is Gamawa. Number of polling units affected, 2. Number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 1124. 1124. The fifth local government is Itas Gadao. Number of polling units affected, 3. Number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 1923. 1923. The sixth local government is Kirfi. Number of polling units affected, 25. 25. Number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 12431. 12431. The seventh local government is Misau. Number of polling units affected, 1. Number of registered voters for the affected polling unit is 609. 609. The eighth local government is Tafawa Balewa. Number of polling units affected, 3. Number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 1900. 1900. 900. The 9th local government is Toro. Number of polling units affected is 5. Number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 3094. 3094. The 10th and last local government is Warji. Number of polling units affected, 1. Number of registered voters for the affected polling unit is 445. 445. So there are a total of 10 local government areas affected, total of 54 polling units affected, and the total number of registered voters for the affected polling units is 27947. 27947.
Thank you very much, Prof. The only thing is on the local government code, it tallied all the 20 local governments, so correct it to the number that have incidences, please.
Okay.
And sign.
It's 10.
All right.
Okay.
So please submit the result.
Thank you.
Next.
Next, Mr. Chairman, is Yobe. And the State Collation Officer for Yobe is Professor Ibrahim Abubakar Njodi. He's here to present the collected results for Yobe.
Chairman, distinguished honorable members of the Commission, my name is Professor Ibrahim Abubakar Njodi, the Vice Chancellor, University of Maiduguri, who is the State Collation Officer for Yobe State. Mr. Chairman, Yobe has a total of 17 local governments. 14 political parties took part in the election, and then the details are as follows. Mr. Chairman, total number of registered voters stood at 1,077,942. 1,077,942. Number of accredited voters, 520,127. 520,127. Mr. Chairman, I take the results party by party. AA 101. 101. ACPN 164. 164. AD 213. 213. ADC 112. 112. APA 632. 632. APC 446 265. 446 265. CPP 329. 329. Hope 67. 67. COA 104. 104. NCP 120. 120. PDP 25526. 25526. PPN 101. 101. UDP 30. 30. UPP 32. 32. Mr. Chairman, that ends the party by party presentation. I now give the total valid votes. Total valid votes for Yobe is 473,796. 473,796. Mr. Chairman, rejected votes 17971. 17971. Mr. Chairman, total votes cast 491,767. 491,767. That ends the results.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Any reported cancellations or incidences?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There was one case of incident involving Gaidam local government. On the 28th, the day of the commencement of the general elections, 18 polling units could not take part because of an insurgent attack. When it was reported to the resident electoral commissioner, he tried to persuade them to see if it is going to be possible on the day the election was postponed to 29th. That one too, it could not yield any results. So we had no cause then to put off election of those polling units. So Mr. Chairman, like I said, 18 polling units are involved with a total number of registered voters at 5730. 5730.
All right. Thank you so very much,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You can now submit the result.
Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that there are 2 more states that have just come in. They are being processed at the Secretariat. So I think we can maybe if those who want to stretch their legs, 10 minutes maximum. 10 minutes maximum if you want to stretch your legs or so. But you don't have to go anywhere if you don't need to go anywhere. All right, thank you.
Well, like Professor Atairojiga said there are 2 more states that have just come into the Inex Collation Center, and we're expecting them to present their results by the time the collation process reconvenes. He assured us that this break will just be for 10 minutes. But before then, let's very quickly look at the additional states that the Inex Collation Center has gotten. They include Benway State, Bauchi State, and Yobe State. Benway State, Bauchi State, and Yobe State. In Bauchi State, with 20 local government areas and 14 political parties, the coalition officer, Professor Muhammad Kabir Farouk, who is Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Kashere in Gombe State, said 2,053,484 voters were registered to vote in Bauchi State. And out of these 2 million plus registered voters, the accredited voters were 1,094,069 persons. Total voters now stood at 1,020,338 persons. And out of these, Professor Kabir Farouk announced that APC scored 931,598 votes, while the PDP recorded 86,085 votes. Professor Farouk revealed that 19,437 votes were rejected, and 10 local governments out of the 20 local governments of Bauchi State they had some of their votes rejected. Yobe State, with Professor Ibrahim Abubakar as coalition officer, declared APC with a total votes of 446,265 and PDP with a total of 25,526. I'm being joined, of course, with by Mr. Nick Dazang, Deputy Director, Inex Public Affairs Department. You're welcome back. You have been in the Collation Center for a while now. Take us through the results for Benway State. I think you have it there.
I don't have them here, but I think it was a very tight contest between the governing PDP and the opposition APC. But I think at the end of the day, the APC candidate led the PDP candidate in that contest. You know, we had observed earlier on here that the states in the North Central are going to determine the outcome of the elections, because when you look at the elections generally, the 2 candidates tend to have strongholds from which they operate. For example, the PDP candidate appears to be strong in the southeast and the south-south, whereas the APC candidate, you know, has an impregnable stronghold in the northwest and another impregnable stronghold in the northeast. And from what we have seen from Yobe, from Bauchi, from Gombe, and then from Zamfara, from Jigawa, from Kano, from Katsina, these these truisms have manifested themselves. So it is the states in the North Central that will ultimately determine the contest. And so far, I think almost all the results in the North Central, have been released. That of Niger has been released. That of Kogi has been released. That of Kwara has been released. That of the FCT has been released. That of Nasarawa has been released. That of Plateau has been released. And that of Benway has been released. And if you look at the contests in these areas, the contests have been very, very keen. They are very close. Either APC is leading PDP or PDP is leading APC. So these are the areas that we also said were complex in terms of their diversity, in terms of, if you look at these states, these are the states that have so many ethnic groups and other diversities inherent in that zone. And the results tend to reflect these diversities, which is why one particular candidate does not have a commanding lead in that zone. But be that as it may, I think we appear to be coming to the climax of this contest. And so far in the history of our democratic experience since 1999, this is one of the most keenly contested presidential elections in which the candidates are contesting, neck to neck, and ultimately what will determine the outcome will be the majority of votes cast, because the two appear to enjoy spread, national spread.
Yeah, yesterday we did made allusions and even referred to the Inex rules that governs who will ultimately be declared. What are those two conditions? Maybe let's go through them again.
Yes, the first condition is because we operate the first past the post system, or the majoritarian system, in which the winner takes all. So the first demand is that the winner must have the majority of votes cast in the election. That's number one. Number two, he must secure at least 25% of the votes cast in at least 24 of the states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. So he must virtually score at least 25% in 25 states.
And this 25% would be the total votes cast in a particular state?
Yes, that is out of the total votes cast in a particular state, he must score at least 25% of those votes. And if you look at the pattern of the results, the two candidates tend to enjoy this spread. Almost all of them, if you look at it, can have almost the number of states demanded by the Constitution. So the key issue now will be who scores the highest number of votes.
Well, as an Inex person, there's some trend within the two states that were hitherto before the election considered to be the vote, if you like, hall for either of the candidates, Lagos State and Kano. But there are some two interesting things that came out of Lagos and Kano. Number one, they have the highest number of registered voters, while Lagos has 5.8 million registered voters total, and Kano has 4.9 million. But interestingly, Lagos State has 1.6 million accredited voters out of the 5.8 million. And Kano State has has total registered voters of 4.9 million, but it has only 2.3 million as accredited. What do you think is responsible to this?
Well, maybe we can attribute it probably to voter apathy, because if you look,
states?
Yes, because if you look at the pattern in other states, at least the turnout is at least 50%. But the turnout in Lagos and Kano are less than 50%. And if you look at the contest in Lagos, it eloquently bespeaks the hot contest between the APC and the PDP. The gap there is not very wide, but the gap in Kano.
While in Lagos,
yes.
APC scored 792,460 votes. A PDP had 632,327 votes.
Yes, but you could see that the gap in Kano is wider, compared with the gap in Lagos. But a similar thing also replicates itself in the southeast. In the southeast, the voter turnout is relatively low, to the extent that even though the PDP candidate appear to have done well in those states, the total number of votes is secured there were not so big as to make up for, say, the kind of commanding lead that the APC candidate, had in his own stronghold. And generally we've observed this trend, especially in Anambra. In fact, in previous governorship elections that we conducted, the highest percentage turnout in Anambra was 29%. Yes, so and that kind of apathy tends to, reflect in the southeast particularly. But in the south-south, you would see that even in previous elections, the percentage turnout is higher compared with the states in the southeast.
Well, let's look at the incidences of rejected votes. It appears it cuts across also.
Yes, the incidence of rejected votes cuts across, and I think that in this election, we have not disaggregated the data. Maybe subsequently we'll look at the data, but what that means is that we need to do a lot of voter education concerning voting on election day, because votes tend to be voided or rejected when people don't thumbprint at the appropriate boxes. So this is a challenge for the Commission.
This is when the ink spreads to another column.
Right. Or spreads to the other box, then you have to reject it. Now, this now is a challenge to the Commission and also to the political parties. We need to do a lot of education of voters in that regard, because each vote in this contest, as we have seen, given the rules, required for one to be declared winner, means that every vote is crucial to the contest. And if every vote is crucial to the contest, it behoves the candidates, the political parties, and the Commission to educate Nigerians about the voting procedure on election day so that fewer votes are voided.
Yeah, you have made reference to the fact that all the votes for all the states in the Northeast are now with the Collation Center.
Yes, except Borno. Borno has not been collated, but we've collected Bauchi, Gombe, Yobe, Adamawa,
and
so what I think remains is we've not collected Taraba.
Okay.
Yeah, Taraba and Borno in the northeast.
Yeah, but what I want to drive at is it appears only in Yobe, and I think some part of Bauchi were there incidents of rejected votes. And then, particularly in Yobe, the coalition officer, Professor Ibrahim Abubakar, made reference to 18 polling units that elections did not hold due to insurgency activities. And that is the only reported insurgency activity, of course, in addition to that of Gombe. But that of Gombe was an incident of one polling unit.
Yes, in Gombe, what happened after the attack by the insurgents was that the people courageously came back and had the election conducted. And I think yesterday when I was at Good Morning Nigeria, a staff of ours called me to say that the two persons we assumed were our staff that were killed were actually not Inex or ad hoc staff, but travelers. I even sent me
I remember you declared to us that they were NYSCs.
Yes,
so
initially. They are not, from what we have discovered. Okay. That they were just travelers, and if you saw their corpses, they were strewn on the road. In fact, they sent me the video clip, and even invited me to further investigate, that they were very certain that actually they were not our staff, even though we commiserate with whoever may have been killed, because they are Nigerians, they are our brothers, they are members of humanity itself. So if they lose their lives, especially on such a day, we should feel for their families, we should commiserate with them.
So, but like I said, Professor Ibrahim Abubakar, Collation Officer for Yobe State, had reported 18 polling units in Gaidam local government.
Gaidam, yes.
What really happened?
Yes, the insurgents, attacked as the elections were taking place, and because of that, the election could not take place there. And Gaidam had always been. In fact, there was a point in time when there was nobody in the town because of the activities of the insurgents. So the citizens there showed uncommon bravery by even going back there to have any election conducted there in the first instance. But thank God no life was lost there. But all the same, I keep saying that, look, Nigerians are the heroes of this election. They are the heroes of this election by dint of the perseverance that they demonstrated and the courage, especially of the citizens of Nigeria domiciled in the Northeast.
Mr. Nick Dazang, thank you so very much. We will, of course, you will, of course, come back to us again and tell us more of developments. But for now, like I did report earlier, we have had results from 3 additional more states, Benway, Bauchi, and Yobe. And this brings us to a total number of results from 30 states, including Abuja, making 31. So we are now awaiting results from 6 states of the Federation. Their coalition officers, we understand, are on their way. Right now, the Inex coalition proceedings at the Inex Coalition Center are on recess, and we'll take you back to our Nigeria Desire studio at the NTA headquarters, where Femi and other resource persons are there. And Femi, take it over from there, please.
Well, you are wrong on that score. Okay, well, this is the studios of Nigerian Decide, coming to you from the headquarters of the NTA in Abuja. My name is Wilfred Ewalifu, and I'm taking off the afternoon shift. It's been a very eventful day with results coming from all over the country, and some would say it's been a historic day for Nigeria, and all Nigerians are watching history unravel. Like I said, I'm taking over the afternoon shift, and I'm not just the only one who's coming, fresh here. Coming also to my left is Emeka Wagu. Emeka, sorry, is the Wagu, actually a member of civil society. You're welcome to the studio. Thank you. And somebody who has been here all day, Jide Ojo, thanks a lot for staying with us.
It's a pleasure.
You're looking a bit tired, but
no, I'm not tired. It's been a very long day, and we are enjoying the history that's unfolding before us.
Yeah.
So we give it all it takes.
Okay, like the INEC chairman said, they will be resuming the results as they come in a short while. But I think we should probably just look at a couple of things. I'm starting with you. Is there what you just coming in from the situation room of the civil society, so you're bustling with ideas. Just give us an insight of your feeling from what you've been watching as it has been going on at the Collation Center.
Well, thank you. My sense of what's happened is that a lot of assumptions are crumbling. The dividing lines are thinning out, and more importantly, we're also seeing that the hate narratives that characterized the campaigns did not reflect in the votes, in the voting that took place. The resilience of Nigerians, the conviviality that trailed the election process, their courage in spite of the challenges that the process threw up is something that has been a tonic for me. And that excitement is, I'm not too keen about outcomes. I'm more a process person. And my eye on the process is showing me that we're deepening democracy. We are getting more and more people participating. And that the connections that were the defining lines of participation are also crumbling. It's unthinkable that a David Umoru, a Christian, will win a senatorial district that is 90% Muslims in Niger State and defeating an incumbent, and that result was not overturned in Nigeria.
Yeah, maybe we should take another look at the issue of David Umoru. If you get the demographics of that area a bit differently, it's not really the issue of religion per se, because it's a mixed area with regards to religion.
No, that senatorial that senatorial district is 90%. Check it out, 90% Muslim. What that tells you is that that's no longer the defining issue. And I'm saying that bigotry, those other issues that we elevated in our campaigns, the people are showing you that that's not what is important to them. Because we played that in that same Niger you are talking about. Remember that David Umoru had consistently lost. Consistently lost, and part of the reason why he's been losing is cannot be taken away from the issue of people playing up this and that. What I'm saying in this election, in this very election, it's not out. Go to Kogi and see people with deep pockets, very, very deep pockets and connections, losing election to people who have been in the code for 4 years. That tells you something.
Well, as I say, just to say, I need to put something in perspective, because to a good extent, I come from Niger. So I understand when we talk about Niger very, very well. Yeah. It's my own environment and all, and David Umoru has been a consistent player. And you see, and I think that from the little I know, it hasn't been a recurring issue of religion per se with regards to David Umoru. It has been an issue of the parties, really. And PDP has been very, very strong in Niger over time, and that has been the dominant issue, and they have been able to play up their strength, really, and that has led to what I think affected.
I'm not oblivious of what you're saying.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is that you need to understand that there are defining issues that have come out in it. The parties, even if you say the parties, what you have seen is that in a place dominated for many years by the ruling party, you now have a candidate who ordinarily will not be given a chance.
We'll go ahead and look at these trends really, but I just first of all want to put this in a given context. Excitement. You use the word excitement.
I am excited.
Yes, and I think that has been the overriding feeling starting from Saturday. And the feeling is this country seems to be at this moment at some kind of epoch in its history. And Jide, can you really talk about this issue of excitement? Nigerians are excited. What do they look forward to? Can anything dampen that excitement?
Well, I hope not. Because that was why when we got that scare early in the day with the objections from PDP agents, I offered a silent prayer that this doesn't end up like June 12. But graciously God intervened, and we have moved on with the collation process. The excitement is very palpable. I woke up this morning, somebody called me 5:30, wanting to know what's the update. Nigerians are glued to their TV, to their radio sets, monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour about the development. They want to know who is going to be their next president. They want to know who is their next senator. They want to know who is their next member of House of Reps. They are conscious that having voted on Saturday, the outcome is of essence to them, because part of the campaigns Ezenwa and I have done in the past weeks have been to sensitize Nigerians about the need to come out and vote their conscience, and all of that. And we are glad, even though the turnout vis-a-vis the number of registered voters and accredited still seem to be on the low side. But we know that we have examined earlier in the day some of the factors that were responsible for not too impressive turnout in some places.
Just talked about turnout now. We'll continue along the line here. But everybody talks about the fact that the turnout was huge.
Yeah, but
So,
contextually speaking,
yes.
it's huge because what we saw on camera were long queues of people trooping, but we didn't factor the number of registered voters in those units, whether what we saw on queue matches even by half what the number of registered voters are. And there are issues around that. One is that even though the registered number of registered voters may be high, what is the number of persons that have collected their PVCs? Because once you didn't collect your PVC, you are automatically out of exercising your franchise. Two, even when you have collected your PVC, how many people decided to turn out? Two. Thirdly, even among those who turn out, how many people decided to wait through the process, even when it didn't start too early as expected or final?
Okay, Isabel, let me bring you in on this subject. I think you had something to say about it.
No, it's the issue of turnout. The best way to explain it is if you array plastic chairs here. If you're looking at it from a distance, you'll see chairs all over the place. But by the time you start taking account, you find out that it's not as many. The number is not as many as you will have thought, and that is why it's always important to try and engage statistics, to be statistically correct. What does that mean? You are able to say how many people registered, how many people got accredited, how many people voted. Once you have that statistics, then you can surely then come out to say that the turnout.
Okay, I must stop you here because I'm getting the signals that we've got to go back to the Inex Center to continue with the collation of the results for the presidential elections. So back to Inex.
Sorry, Prof. It appears they have not fixed your presentation for projection. Okay. So please kindly step down. We'll take somebody whose projection is ready. We'll come back to you again.
Thank you.
All right. Who is ready?
Chancellor Edo is ready. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Osase Orunwese, is here.
All right. Secretariat, we are still waiting for projection. Sorry, Prof. Let them project the presentation on the screen. We are waiting, thank you so much. So this is Edo. Okay, Prof, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the High Table, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Professor Osase Orunwese, Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, and the Presidential Election Collation Officer for Edo State. Edo State has 18 local government areas election was conducted in 17 local government areas. Details of the incidences in Edo State will be presented after the result. Total number of registered voters: 1,650,522. Number of accredited voters: 599,166. Distribution of votes: AA 159, ACPN 1284, AD 450, ADC 512, APA 709, APC 208,469, CPP 325, Hope 325. Sorry, like 325 is 3. Hope. Sorry, CPP is 325. Hope is 22. Cowan 175. NCP 516, PDP 286,869, PPN 729, UDP 160, UPP 72. Total valid votes: 500,451. Rejected votes 22,334. Total votes cast 522,785.
Any reports of incidences and cancellations?
There were some incidences. One local government area, Orioma local government area, the result, no election there. The election there was suspended. A mix-up of sensitive materials which led to agitation and confusion. Then we have problems with in 11 local government areas. Akoko Edo, in one polling unit, number of registered voters is 1208. Esako East, one unit, number of registered voters is 1014. Esako West, 6 units. The number of registered voters there, 7411. Igweben, number of polling units affected is 3543. Ikobaoka, 12 units, 6256. Oredo, 12 units affected, 7934. Oriomo, no result. This election day was suspended, but the total number of registered voters there, 97,414. Ovia Northeast, 3 units are affected, 1586. Ovia South Southwest, 2 units affected, 1069. Owan East, 14 units affected, 13370. Uhumode, 12 units affected, 8175.
Total, please.
Then the total number of votes is 148,980.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Can you submit that report? Yes, please. Somebody has a question. Yes. Yes. Introduce yourself and ask your question.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, representing APC. Mr. Chairman, can we ask if there's an explanation for this rather high number, 148,000 rejected votes from Edo State, please?
Yes, I think he tried to offer an explanation, but the resident electoral commissioner is here. He can help us more, perhaps.
All right. Mr. Chairman, the Vice Chancellor is apt by what he has presented. And that is that with respect to, first, Orion local government, there were issues of mixed up materials. And that took a whole long time to be sorted out. Based on that, the head office was informed, the chairman himself, and the decision was taken to suspend the election in that local government, Orion. All the other areas in terms of units, they were infighting between the parties, and all of them are recorded by the report. So the report itself speaks for the reasons for what had happened in those areas. And in any case, the total number of the votes for the various parties shows clearly the level of contestation of the elections in Edo State. Thank you.
I hope that throws more light on this matter. Still another question? All right. Okay, thank you, Prof. Please submit the material.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That was Professor Osase Rowense, who was the State Collation Officer for Edo. Taraba is now ready. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Taraba again, the State Collation Officer was Professor Kiari Mohammed.
Mr. Chairman, my fellow compatriots, my name still remains Professor Kiari Mohammed, Vice Chancellor Modibo Adamawa University of Technology, Yola, the collation officer for the March 28 presidential election in Taraba State. Taraba has 16 local government areas, and election took place in all of the 16. So for the purpose of statistics, the total number of registered voters in Taraba State stands at 1,374,307. The total number of accredited voters is 638,578. 638,578. The scores by political parties are AA 962, 962, ACPN 811, 811, AD 586, 586, ADC 320, 320, APA 1306, 1306, APC 261, 326, 261, 326, CPP 1033, 1033, HDP, that's HOP 161, 161, COA 153, 153, NCP 876, 876, PDP 310, 800, 310, 800, PPN 680, 680, UDP 224, 224, UPP 439, 439. The total number of ballot boards stand at 579,677, 579,677. The total number of rejected votes 23039, 23039. Total number of votes cast 602,716, 602,716.
Thank you very much, Prof. Were there any reported incidences or cancellations?
No, no sir, no adverse cases at all.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. You can submit the result.
Thank you very much.
Sokoto is in the room, but is sorting out, is being processed in the at the secretariat. So we will wait a few minutes and see, so we can take him.
Hey. Huh? Well, so far we've gotten results and collated results from 34 states of the Federation. 34 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, have so far presented their results here at the Inex Collation Center, which is the National Collation Center for the election management body of Nigeria, Inex. And like Professor Jiga said, by the time they reconvene, there are 2 more states remaining. But let me quickly take you through the 2 additional states that we've gotten this very few minutes ago. They are Edo State and Taraba State. Edo State had 1,650,522 registered voters. But out of these, only 599,166 were accredited to vote. And out of these 599,166, APC recorded 208,469 votes, while the PDP recorded 286,869 votes. Total rejected vote were 148,000. This led to a request by Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, who is one of the agents for the APC, to demand some explanations. And the resident electoral commissioner for Edo State got up to explain that there were a lot of logistical challenges in a lot of the polling units that were affected, including confusion between several political party supporters, and that led to them not recording anything or holding election in those areas. In fact, he particularly mentioned Orion local government area where no election, the entire local government, no election was held. We also had results from Taraba State. The coalition officer for that state, Professor Kyari Mohammed, said 1,374,307 persons were registered to vote. And out of this, 638,578 were accredited for the election. And the votes cast for APC were 261,326 votes, while PDP recorded 310,800 votes. Valid votes were 579,677, while 23,039 votes were rejected. And total votes cast stood at 602,716. Like I said earlier, a total of 34 states' results have so far been presented by their coalition officers, including that of the Federal Capital Territory. The 2 remaining states that are outstanding are Delta and Sokoto State. Delta and Sokoto State are the 2 remaining states whose results are outstanding, and we here at the Inex National Collation Center, the Secretariat is expecting the coalition officers for those states to come over to present their results to the Collation Center and, of course, to the world. at this point, let me take you to Wilfred, who has resource persons at the Nigeria Decide studio at the NTA headquarters to analyze some of these results, particularly that of Edo and Taraba. But Wilfred, you may want to get comments from your resource person, particularly in respect to Edo State, that has about 148,000 rejected votes.
Before we get to that, maybe give me a sense. What's the mood like, at this coalition center?
Come again, Wilfred?
What is the mood like, at the center where you are there? The mood over there, what's it like?
Expectations, especially that there are just two states remaining, Sokoto and Delta State, and you will agree with me that the trend of the votes and the trend of the results is finally emerging, and very, very soon we will get to know which of the presidential candidates and which of the political parties had the highest number of votes and then had at least 25% in at least 24 states, which is the constitutional requirement.
So you can continue with that. Let me get back to my guest in the studio here, and I think you should have the first shot now. You've seen the results coming in from Edo and Taraba. Any surprise?
Well, for Edo, it's expected that because the state is, you have two strong political parties. The PDP is very, very strong in Edo, and the APC is the opposition party in the state. So the contestation for votes wouldn't go as easy as a lot of people will think. And that would lead to the kind of confusion that you get that amounts to that high number of cancellation of votes. But incidentally, the REC is a gentleman that is on top of his game. So I think those cancellations would have been unavoidable. But the results are here. What is important is that if you check the results, they are neck to neck in clear terms. The PDP took an upper hand, but you will have seen that the APC gave them a run for their money.
Okay, Jide, Taraba.
Taraba is not very shocking. Taraba has always voted PDP. Maybe it should be APC that should congratulate themselves for even having that many votes in a PDP stronghold. So yes, like we said earlier, election is a very dynamic thing. It depends on the context, it depends on the personality, it depends on the situations, the environment, and we have seen that APC knew what they needed, and they have been able to snatch 25%, which is the primary thing that they actually need.
The general has never won Taraba. He's never even made this appreciable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They should commend themselves.
So even in the calculations, I'm not sure APC will have factored in Taraba. And like Jide said, what they probably were looking for is 25%. But here you are, it's not just 25%.
Yeah, it's about almost 45%.
And even if you take both states, really, look at it against 2011, there's been a great shift, really, with regards to the voting pattern in this.
All thanks to the fact that we now have two major dominant parties. Because as at 2011, we must also understand that context. In 2011, the opposition was in a state of...
Jide, by this time in 2011, the opposition party, which is the PDP, was leading the opposition party with about 10 million votes.
Yeah.
And so here you are now in terms of statistics, they are trailing. And so it's really good for our democracy that first is that power is returning to the people. And it's also important to signpost the fact that even if you win today, that democracy is so unpredictable that it will be kicked out by the people whenever they think you are not serving their interest. And that's what's important.
Well, I know that you see every facet of these election, will probably come up for further analysis, much more, deliberate analysis from civil society to you, the experts, But just even on the surface now, you spoke a bit about these cancelled votes. Over 140,000. That number, 48,000. That is substantial. That is very substantial.
But you see, you are elbowing each other, and the whole of the elbowing is for advantage. And in the course of that, the referee draws a red card, and the red card will have debilitating effect on all sides, because you really can't say who will have taken the chunk. Even if
but Eze, let's put this in context. I know Dr. Baba meant to raise issue, deliberately so. Maybe a stronghold of
I don't want to input that
of APC.
The reason why I said I've just said democracy.
If the chunk of what is rejected happens to be from your stronghold, which is the kind of scenario that also played out in Nasarawa. You understand? When you look at the number of votes cancelled in Nasarawa, which is about 70,000 plus, that gave PDP an advantage in clinching Nasarawa. The same thing seems to have happened. I'm just saying, my brother, that we need to factor in, because in politics there are strongholds.
But you've seen the fluidity. You've seen the fluidity of strongholds. This election has turned every permutation. You didn't give, for instance, in the election analysis that you have seen, the forecast, the permutations. Benway was you didn't give it totally to APC, but here APC has won. Kogi, shockingly to everybody, so what I'm saying is that I agree that
we'll even get to that. But I want to actually stretch out this point about this cancelled vote. You might decide to ignore it with regards to the election for the president, but for elections into the national assembly, this would matter.
It does. In fact, we have seen states where the entire valid vote is about that figure. It's significant to a very extent. If you look at the number of registered voters,
that's near half of Bayelsa.
Exactly. If you look at the votes for the total number of registered voters in Edo, is over 1 million. Now, the total number of those who turn out is less than half.
Yes.
Now, out of this less than half that came out, you now have a 148,000 rejected.
The political parties should have behaved in a manner
in a very keenly contested election where few votes will matter. It could sway victory.
I was talking about elbowing, and I wish you understood. If you know
I do understand that.
If you know your enemy wants to take advantage, it's just like the play out that you saw. Supposing Professor Jega had responded in the manner in which the person who was coming to him, you will have seen a situation that will have led to chaos. You see, when you see somebody coming at you and you understand that he's planning to take advantage, you become very creative. The political class needs to understand that when this kind of situation arises, that somebody loses. You understand what I'm saying? There is this umpire. The umpire has responsibility without being, swayed by some of the arguments to flash the red card if he feels that there are debilitating effects for the electoral process in that place, and that's what is important to understand.
Like I said earlier, there are so many facets, and each of them will probably lend itself to much more extensive, interrogation. But you actually talked about the moment when the hearts, I think, of all Nigerians stopped. When what happened. But the question is there an established procedure, ordinarily, that agents should take a recourse to if they had to raise issues like that?
The challenge was not that you raised an issue, it was how you raised it. Questions are being entertained. The reason why agents are there is that if they have issues, they can, in a civil manner, in a decent manner, present their complaints. So if that was not factored into it, it won't be necessary for agents to be there. So you can raise those complaints, but you can raise them in a very decorous civil manner, but that's not what we saw. And then, more importantly, we have had the ruling party constantly advising people to take the you know,
honorable part.
the honorable part, and they are the ones who are very quick to say, look, go to court, you know, if there are these issues, get them, go to court, and we'll meet you there. And here we are now having, you know, that kind of, if you, at the risk of being modest, very mature, you know, display by somebody who is actually, but, and not understanding the consequence. And I think with Fred, with the one who raised it while we were, the international community, the international media, and I keep talking about it, if you dance naked in the market, don't come and be pretending that people won't talk about it. If you watch CNN, if you watch any of those people, that will be trending in their media. And I think you were right in even saying that for the past 2 or 3 days they've not focused so much on Nigeria. You will find out that the real focus will be that show of that show of infamy that we saw, and it is not good for the public relations for our country, especially when it's coming from somebody.
But you know, we talked about the way that President Jiga handled it. You know,
that was quite statemently.
I think just about Jiga and just about every other person there. You know,
no, you see, let me take it from what Ezenwa said. You know, somebody is coming at you with an ulterior motive beyond and above what is uttering. What obviously was being aimed at is to scuttle the process, to create an atmosphere of chaos that will have led to the suspension of the entire enterprise, that over 170 million Nigerians are waiting with bated breath globally to see it concluded so that we can move on with our lives. Our lives, I mean, practically, this economy has shut down in the last 72 hours. People, I was at Akpo spare parts, whatever. It was, you would think it's an environmental sanitation day, the way many of the shops were closed. And that, I'm talking of Thursday. And you want, people want to just to have this whole election enterprise to be concluded so that we celebrate the winner, we encourage the loser, and then we move on with our lives. Because not everybody is going to get the naira and kobo from this kind of shutdown. But here you have somebody trying to. So the way and manner Professor Jega handled the protest is masterful. And it deserves commendation for that. Because if he had been somebody temperamental and he had uttered certain comments, it will have led to worse altercation,
fiasco,
and then the aim and the intent of those who initiated it will have been achieved. You could see that at one point, even Senator Mamora, who was the party agent for APC, raised his hand to also be recognized to speak, possibly to defend itself about part of the allegations that they had a prior knowledge of the election result. And I was wondering whether everybody doesn't know what the election result look like, because these are results that have already been declared at the state level. The announcement has been made. Of course, there could be slight adjustment here and there at the final collation, like the issue of cancellation. You know, you could have some results that are contentious being cancelled at some point. So it may not entirely be what you are leaving from the coalition center. But give and take, it's usually largely reflective of what has already been announced at the various levels. Because these people, these parties also have agents that also are in possession of duplicate copies of the results. And they have their own situation rooms, and they are doing their own interpolations. And we have other international media that have also done their own projections. So I think we should celebrate Professor Jega for not allowing himself to be provoked into the kind of situation that will have caused this country an ignition or a conflagration of a very huge magnitude.
Okay, thank you very much, Judah. You know, you started by talking a while back about elbow room, and all that, and you know, and I don't want to really belabor what has happened. Thankfully, you know, we have gone beyond that. We've moved ahead, but you know, but we cannot help but talk a bit about the behavior of politicians in the course of this whole, you know, enterprise. What has happened? I mean, apart from a few instances, to an extent, don't you think that they have been a bit more responsible with regards to their conduct in these elections?
Well, I think it's more to the people who actually ignored them, you know. And not so much to what the politicians. You can't really. There's been so terrible issues around negative hate speeches. You know that.
Yes. But if you look at the process in previous years, by now we'd have been hearing of more cases of ballot snatching, of violence here, setting of fire here. Overall,
that's the point. The first is that you have found out again that days to the election, you found out that the traffic at the airports were very huge. Who were those leaving the country? People were seeing those who were leaving the country, whose children are not in the country. So you and even if you die in the course of these, you just find out that they will give 1 minute silence, which they will not even allow for it to get to 1 minute in your party meetings. So people have come to that full circle of understanding that it's not important for you to
the civil society actually,
and then credit must go to civil society and the media, because the avalanche of information thrown out on behavior, proper electoral behavior was so huge. Radio, television, we exerted ourselves so much to put. And more importantly, the international community has taken more than ordinary interest in Nigeria. And there are lessons to learn from Kenya. Even journalists are in ICC. Journalists, for writing hate story, you are facing trial. So you now know that the world has no stomach for this kind of, if you do anything, you are prosecuted for it. Even now that you are seeing some calm, you will have seen that the chairperson of ICC was in Nigeria and made very clear statements about the fact that our attention is here, and that anything you do, we will hold you accountable for it. I think that was also
talking about the chairperson of the ICC. I think if it's possible, maybe we can take a bit of the comments that the ICC had on election violence in Nigeria. The prosecutor of the ICC, Fatu Bensouda, was in Nigeria, and she appealed to Nigerians to refrain from any act of violence as the results of the elections are declared. She stressed that any person who incites or engages in acts of violence in the context of the elections or contributes to the commission of crimes that fall within the ICC's jurisdiction will be liable to prosecution either by Nigerian courts or by the ICC. That was the point that she made. So we'll come up and then we'll take what you had to say, the track up a bit later. But she stressed the fact, she went over and over again about the fact that those that make such comments will be responsible for it. So within the context of of this whole issue of election violence, trying to douse any hate message and all that, the cumulative effect, has it led to what seems to be the kind of pervasive peace all around?
Exactly. We also must learn from what happened in Côte d'Ivoire. The wife of the former president of Côte d'Ivoire is cooling off in prison now for 20 years, sentence that she was recently handed over in the lead up to our own elections. And that's why, one of the parties actually petitioned ICC, putting them on notice about certain developments in Nigeria. And I think that in a way also helped to stem the tide of what would have been worse off, because the heated campaigns that led to the current to last Saturday's election, if those measures were not taken both by international community, who exerted two peace accord from the main dramatics personnel, and then the ICC repeatedly issuing statements that if you don't behave yourself, we'll make you behave. If you don't behave within the confines of your country, we are ready to step in at the national level and international level and spend resources to ensure your prosecution. And those are the kind of things that are said. And the fact that even US, UK, even as late as yesterday, were issuing statements. Election situation rooms, very many international observer groups have also issued statements, very strongly worded statements about the behavior of our political elite, which is why what we saw this morning was very, very, very unappealing.
Well, Jide, I think that's the most you can take here. As always, the most important place right now is ICC. That's all the eyes of Nigeria.
In fact, that's right.
So we're going back to the ICC now to continue with the results declaration. Well, it seems to say they're not ready yet for us at the International Conference Center, which is the coalition center for the elections that have been, the results that have been declared for the presidential election. So we'll continue with our discussion here in the Abuja studio of Nigeria Decides, and we still have in the studio Izewa and Jide. Well, thank you very much for your presence and thanks for being with us. I guess we offer you a very good dinner at the end of the day. But to go back to the issues that we're talking about, and we have been talking about, concern about, the security situation in the country, the reaction to the results and all that, and the fact that the international community took an interest in it, and all that. What led to really the UK, the US, and all that taking such a close interest, in what is happening right here? Let me start with you, Eze.
Well, first is that Nigeria is the largest black country, I'm told, in the world. Anything that affects this huge population will create a crisis of very strong proportion, not just in West Africa, but in Africa. And then if you cast your mind back to the post-election violence of 2011, if it was not for divine intervention, it could have escalated. And you also know the prediction about not prediction, well, the time paper that talks about Nigeria, 20 what will happen to Nigeria in 2050. So all of that, escalated the diplomatic shuttle, and then you also were beginning to see the real rise of the opposition. First is that people had anticipated that they would not be able to come together. So we saw them come together. And then suddenly you had 5 governors from the opposition party moving out to... So all of that was creating a dynamics that Nigerians were not used to. And they didn't know what to play out in the end. So that could have been the reason. And more importantly, we are not used to just announcing. People believe that something just will happen. Families have relocated, people have traveled out.
Okay, all sorts of things. We'll continue with this discussion in the studio because it's quite pertinent. But the ICC is where the interest is right there, and it's back to the ICC that we are turning our cameras down. So back to the ICC.
Except the open 10,000 listen to me. I listen to people development. See, before at what the military it's not working like that. It's working like that. Go round. This election might go round. I'm telling you. You know what? No motor girlfriend. Yes. Correct. Yeah, the water, the water, the bread, you want to use it. Okay. Maybe I found okay. Okay, cool. Okay, I'll see you later. But now, the president will send them. See Thompson rescue. See Thompson rescue. Who then no buy? Oh no, really? Thompson rescue. I'm telling you. I was very around
it's on here. Not be disturbance. Maybe the shot is but if you make another remove and make you can't forget. But see. See the audio here. As they plug them, I say they should remove it. They should remove the audio. So they had me from Ruby. They purposely do that to stupid people. This camera, this one. Where this camera? This one. The one they used that last week. That last week. Okay. My camera. This one, I wish media has this. No, this one. No, TVC. That's TVC. This one, they get out. No, this one. This one. So you this one. Can I show me that?
Welcome back to the Nigeria Desire Studio here at the International Conference Center, which also happens to be the venue of the Inex National Collation Center. We have had some rather short break, and Professor Tahiru Jiga, the Inex chairman, is given this break in respect to allow the coalition officers for Sokoto and Delta states, who are the outstanding states remaining, to finish the reconciling their figures with the Secretariat of INEC with respect to the figures of the presidential election results. While we wait, joining me in the studio is Elder Peter Godsday Orubebe. He is the lead PDP agent to this coalition exercise. Mr. Elder Peter Orubebe, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Around 11 o'clock this morning, and you made a very big observation and protested the conduct of affairs of the coalition process. And it would be nice to hear it from you, because at that time there was some little drama to it. But now that you are in the studio, what is exactly the background to what you are saying? Because you, if I can recall, you said the APC did make observations and protests with respect to results of River State, and INEC chairman and INEC obliged them and constituted a committee to go and investigate. And it appears PDP had some protests, but they were disallowed. What exactly is the background? And for the benefit of records and our viewers, let's hear it from you.
Well, my brother, thank you very much. You know, it's unfortunate that Professor Jega had to force us to come to this level of reaction. PDP as a party, we have always talked about the unity of this country, the needed peace in this country, and that's what the leader of the party preaches at all times, right from when he became vice president to active president to president to date. That is the thing he has always preached. And we expect that in a situation like this, an umpire should be very, very clear in terms of what he is doing in managing the process. All what we require is fair treatment, equal treatment. That's the only thing we talk about. Now, you remember that the APC sent an electronic copy to the PA of Jega about the happenings in River State.
Was that the mode that they transmitted their protest?
Yeah, that was the way they transmitted their protest. And Jega jumped into it and quickly set up a committee to go to River State to go and find out what exactly happened.
Did PDP send an electronic copy?
We had a lot of reports from our field officers, from Kano, from Kaduna, from Jigawa, from Sokoto, where young men and women below the voting age were thumbprinting, stuffing ballot papers in boxes. Presiding officers were forced to sign documents. People were prevented from voting. We had all these things written down, and they were sent peacefully to Jaga's office, the main electoral INEC office.
Through what?
Physically, with the hard copies. Hard copies. We went to their secretariat.
To his office?
To his office at INEC headquarters. First at INEC headquarters. And they refused to accept the papers. They refused to accept the protest papers. And they said that they were instructed not to collect any protest paper from anybody. We came back here and we peacefully went to him to say we have observed certain things. And this is the protest. You sent someone
or you went to him yourself?
My colleague, you know, we are two here.
Dr. Bello.
Dr. Bello went there and approached him. I said, we have gotten these reports and the party has written protests. We went to your office, there was nobody there. How can we get these things to you? Professor Jaga directed him to meet his PA.
to sign for it. The PA signed for it. And then later in the evening, one girl came and threw the protest papers on Dr. Bello.
This happened when?
This was in the morning.
Sunday?
This was in the morning.
Today, Tuesday morning?
No, yesterday.
Okay, Monday.
This happened in the morning. This happened in the morning. And in the evening, they brought these papers and threw on him. So we say, how can Jega be double dealing at this point in a crucial election of this nature? If a party wrote a petition, all what is required of him is to say, let's look at it, the merits and the demerits of that petition, and take actions that are reasonable, to take. But he didn't do that. When it was turned for APC, he did that. When it was turned for PDP, he said he wasn't going to take it. And he sent a text message to Dr. Bello that he would not accept it. That was number one. Number two, as we speak now, there's a paper that is being circulated. It's in the internet now, where APC has already formulated the result, the presidential result. They have already put it in place. And if you look at the result, it's what we did yesterday, and the ones we are not done.
It tallies with the result.
It tallies with the result that we did yesterday, and the ones that have not been done. So we say, how can we have these things? What is your stand? All what we needed to hear from him was an explanation to look into our protest, and he said he was not going to do it. We approached him, peacefully. So what we did was to demonstrate to the world that this Jega that we thought that was doing something good is now veering off the road. All what we did was to see how we can bring him back so that he can do for Nigerians what Nigerians are expecting him to do.
It took about 30 to 40 minutes for you to accept that proceedings should continue, for you to even accept that Professor Jega should respond to your protest.
You realize that he was refusing. He said he was not going to respond.
So
he wanted to continue. He wanted to continue with announcing of other results. Until I said, you must address this matter.
Are you satisfied with his response?
Of course, because I will get back to my paper, to my party. I will get back to my party. What is the party matter? I'm here as an agent. We'll get back to the party. The party will analyze the statements, and then we'll make appropriate, pronouncements on the thinking of the party.
Before you get to the party, Professor Jega made two key issues he raised in his response.
Yeah.
He said the procedure for going to send a protest should not be for any agent or any party to bring the protest to him here at the Collation Center, because Collation is ongoing. So what the party or an agent should do is to take it to the office of the Secretary of Inex. Are you about doing that, or you've done that?
Well, we've already done that. If yesterday, it's because of our action, that's why he's doing that now. If yesterday his mind was free and he said, look, gentlemen, this is what we have done, our secretary is in the party, go and give it to him. I told you, we went to the party, there was nobody. We did everything to submit there was nobody. And the people we even met there rejected, our protest letter.
Including
and that was
the office of the secretary?
Yeah, there was nobody. He wasn't there, and there was nobody. Of course,
it's a she.
Of course, it is expected. It's expected that in a sensitive office like Inex, and in this period, we expect somebody to be there at all times, 24 hours, to be receiving complaints from the parties and from any other Nigerian. But there was nobody there. And that was how we came, to approach him, in a peaceful manner. And the man changed his color. And that was why I said, no, that is not what we expect from you. You must do what is right for the people of this country.
Now your protest is with respect to results of Kano, Kaduna, Jigawa, and
Sokoto. There are other ones that have come in now. There are other ones that have come in now.
Where?
As we were here, Kebbi, as we're here, the party has written, and they have gone to the INEC secretariat. We hope that they will be there to receive the protest letters, and they will take it.
So you said there are other ones. You mentioned Kebbi. Is there any other state?
There are other ones. When you look at the content of the petition, you will see it.
Can we have a copy of the petition?
You can't have it now. It's with our party officials. Maybe by tomorrow, if we are still coming here, I'll be able to give you a copy so that you can have a look at it.
But so far, generally the other trends of the results, what's your comment?
Well, the results are being collected, and we expect that at the end of the day, we as agents will go back to our party to confer with our party, and it's the party that is going to make a statement on their thinking, their feelings about the entire process.
Elder Peter Godsday Orubebe, former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs. Thank you so very much for coming on Nigeria Decide Studio here at the Inex National Collation Center.
Thank you
and
very
it's
much.
Nice to get your response, but even though it's we've been on you for several hours and minutes.
You know we have been busy too.
But they say all is well that ends well, because at long last we have you in the studio. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you very much.
At this point, I understand we are still awaiting the processes with respect to regulatory aspects of the coalition of results with respect to Sokoto and Delta states, because those are the outstanding states remaining. We have already gotten results from coalition officers for 32 states, including the Federal Capital Territory. And while we wait for the reconvening of the Inex National Collation Center, I will take you back to the studios where my colleague Wilfred is there with the resource persons. Maybe they have some observations and comments to make with respect to our very august visitor here in the studio.
Thank you very much, Kudu. And like you said, there all is well that ends well, and that is really on the notes that we're going to get back into the studio. And you heard the discussion there between Kudu and Elder Orubebe, and like Kudu's summed up, all is well that ends well. Is it?
Wilfred, you're not expecting me to make a comment on that. I don't want to make a comment on that interview. I wish you can save me.
Okay, over to you.
Well, I think it's good grievance. What necessitated is trying to hold up the process in the morning. It's left for Nigerians to make a sense of what he has said, whether they agree or disagree with his actions.
Yes, we know, is it just earlier on I talked about the process, the procedure. If there was an established procedure, through which agents were required to channel protest, and going by what the INEC chairman said initially, he talked about the fact that they're supposed to have been sent to the secretary. Is there a procedure really?
No, but it's even if there are no procedures, it's common sense that an election is going on and you have a letter for the commission. The office of the chairman is not the place to send the letter. There is a secretary of the commission who ordinarily will be available. If she's not available, there are the staff in our office that will receive correspondences and then transmit them to. If you are a former minister, there are things that you know. It's like somebody coming to give who has a letter for the DG of NTA. And then you take it to the chairman's office when you know he's not there. When you know there's a registry, there's a place letters are received, they are stamped, and then they are transmitted. If you want to, so when you break that procedure, especially when you are somebody who has attained that level of high office, it's something that's why I didn't want to make a comment on that. But okay. But basically, I think what's important is that the international community, young people are watching us. It's important that we model our actions and communication in a manner that builds rather than destroys.
Well, it's a good thing that we've moved on from that, and we just talk about this whole issue of even resolving conflicts. One of the things that actually came up also had to do with the issue of River State, and the INEC chairman spoke about how that was resolved. What do you think about the whole process about it?
I want to commend the Electoral Commission for that step, because you observe that there have been street protests in Rivers. We have had, in fact, if we are going to rate states according to their level of
violence in this last Saturday elections, Rivers will rank #1. And I'm not talking of physical violence as in destroying and killing and maiming. And even though lives were lost in Rivers, but even psychological violence, structural violence had been on the spiked in Rivers. So I think the chairman looking into the petition of APC in Rivers was in a way is a conflict management strategy to say, okay, we have received. Just yesterday, APC women were tear gassed by the police on the streets of Port Harcourt. And prior to that, even the governorship candidate of APC led a protest, including a serving senator, led a protest to the office of Inex chairman, office of INEC in Rivers State. So there's a build-up that the tension has heightened, and there's a need to douse that tension. And the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission deemed it fit that, okay, we have received this, we are going to look into it. And so he set up a three persons committee, 3 national commissioners.
Yeah, and the speed at which they worked, you know.
And because there is no time.
Yes.
The time is of essence. Like I said earlier, the entire global community is waiting on Nigeria to see how we make a success of this process. And I'm very happy that good sense has prevailed, and we are at the threshold of making history as giant of Africa in trying to conclude this electoral process. But it's good that attention was given, even when you look at all the allegations leveled by APC, none of them were found to have had merit, at least in the eye of the 3-member committee that Inex set up. And the speed with which they worked is really, really very commendable.
Okay, we can anticipate that, most likely there are going to be, more protests arising from these results, I mean, with the results the declaration almost attaining the apex, the climax really. Is there any way in which this can be resolved before then? Because naturally we're likely to have more protests over results.
No, it's not given that we'll have more protests.
No, I'm just anticipating.
Yes, and then the mechanism for resolution of electoral disputes are already very clear. And incidentally, the opposition candidate has had, seriously has engaged that system in almost every election. So there is nothing out of place if there are disputes and people test out those issues at the electoral. What's important is that there is peace. And when I said it's not given, because it also has to do with the nature of, the contestants. The contestants and their party may decide that we want to move on. Okay. We want to be statesmanly, we want to, and that's what we encourage them to do. Like you said, Nigerians in some way have been traumatized over this period, emotionally, in every way. You are here, you started an afternoon shift to run till whenever this whole process is over. It's taking a toll. You can't wish it away. We all are paying enormous, price for something that we should just get by. So it's important that we get over it. For the first time in the history of our country, people hugging. We want to see that happen. That and move on with our lives. So it's protests will be there. Like Professor Jeda keeps saying, and which I agree with, is a sociological situation. Nobody is expecting that it will be, perfect all through. There are issues. And then talking about the protests you talked about, in the PDP protests, we have not heard them say elections did not hold. In the places they have issues. What they have raised are issues of process and infractions. But the APC made a claim that you cannot ignore. The claim is that the elections did not hold at all. Okay. So you can't run over that and say, when they say election did not hold, you say, okay, I don't care about that. You need to establish immediately that the resources that you put in Rivers, you understand, was not wasted, because the commission is here, people are there. It may turn out to be true. So you sent out people. This is a huge sacrifice that these people will travel, do a report immediately, at least substantially. So it behoves on the APC to now begin to put up the whatever they have if they want to test it out, through the electoral dispute mechanism that is on the ground. But so you want to look at, and Professor Jega talked about the scale of the protest, that the one that they could not ignore was that elections did not hold. Every other infraction in an electoral process, there's a procedure. In fact, when you start writing to Inex, it's in fact even a breach of procedure. Because what you should do is it's a misplaced procedure. The umpire has taken his decision, he has blown the whistle, the goal has been scored. You go to the election petition, you go to the panel, and the panel can't even, in fact, in most cases, reverse the goal. The goal has been scored. So it's just for academic purposes that sometimes you do all of this. Yeah. I think Nigeria is at the threshold of history, and we should just simply wait with bated breath to see where this goes to, and move on with our lives.
But okay, that history is still unraveling, and part of the reason why it is still unraveling is the fact that there are some other states that have not come in with their results. But but the civil society has been keeping an eye, on the developments all over the country. And I'm sure that you must have monitored elections in Sokoto, Delta.
Observed.
Observed. Is it? What is the difference now? Monitored, observed. Which is different?
The difference. The monitor. Okay, the monitor. Yes. The people that monitor the election are staff of the election management body.
Okay.
They are the monitors because they can interfere.
Okay.
In the EO.
Okay, fine.
On duty, the observer does what he observes, he looks, sees, and takes notes. He cannot interfere with the process.
Okay. So let's say you observe the process.
It's very important to always put that out.
No, because, I mean, it's technical, but it's but I think it's appropriate that you put it in context.
Yes.
So if given your experience, you observe the elections there and coming from the situation room, because this just still have not come in really. What was your observation of the elections in at least Sokoto and Delta, two of the outstanding states?
No, the reports that you get from the field is what fits into the situation room, and also the other observer networks that we are linked to. You have the TMG, you have election management, the election situation room, and many other observer groups that are involved. So the reports, especially in Sokoto, is that it's peaceful, that people came out massively. In fact, what I heard was that the mobilization was that after prayers, don't go back to your house, just go straight to the polling unit, and that quite a lot of people did that. In Delta, that Delta is riverine. A good chunk of Delta is riverine. So results coming from there, you may not expect them to come as quickly as in places that are landlocked like Sokoto. But I think by and large, we have not had, like in Rivers or Akwa Ibom, that the kind of thing associated with in Delta. The complaints have not been that huge in terms of violence. Largely, I think it's been peaceful.
Yes, okay, and also the good news also is that you're talking about riverine areas, Bayelsa, rivers, and all that. We actually haven't had anything happening in the riverine areas. It's as if it's been smooth, logistic-wise. That's gone very, very, very.
People don't tell their stories, though. So you can let it. The entire story about what happens in the riverine areas is never told. It's said in hushed tones, but it's okay. It's part of the challenge that you get doing this work.
Okay, so we have how many states left now? 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We are saying 2. We had the ones that are established that we have Sokoto and Delta standing. Maybe Borno. I've not had. Maybe I missed it. But I don't think we have taken Borno as well. But Nigerians are waiting. I know for sure that this exercise will be concluded today. And then we can have our lives back and we can return to normal living. It's been very exciting. It's also been very demanding, exacting on us, because again, when you see elections are, in fact, beyond and above, a lot of commercial ventures have been held in abeyance
because of elections.
Nigeria has been on hold.
On hold. On hold. People cannot stock, buy goods because they are afraid. Even the toll it has taken on the capital market, where we have lost trillions in terms of capital flight. People, because of the uncertainty of the elections, withdrawn, taking their money.
I just wish there would be a day, Wilfred, that will have elections and all of these palpitations.
Exactly, I look forward to that. I was in Egypt last May on the auspices of AU. Elections in Egypt were held over 3 days. Initially, it was scheduled for 2 days, but it had to be extended by another day. And people went about their normal business. Elections were held between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. And collation is very simplistic civil procedure, so much so that people were having fun. They were coming to the polling booths with their children. They were taking photographs as they are dropping. It was, of course, it was heavily militarized because of the threat from the Islamic Brotherhood that were dethroned, the Morsi, but it was still very largely very
even in Nigeria it was peaceful. My cousin told me a story in Lagos about some young man going to hold the ballot box, that thinking that some people they were trying to protect the ballot box, and people told him to get out of the place. People told him to leave the ballot box and
nothing will happen.
That they can even go to their houses and come back and the ballot box will be there. It's gotten to that. In Uye area here, people were buying sachet water for each other and all of that. But I think we can just take it up a notch higher to that point where we are able to simply do elections and we won't have to get into the overdrive that we are getting into now.
Well, okay, while we still wait for the signal to go back to the National Collation Center, Jide, is it possible to isolate really what factors has played out, has led to what Eze has talking about?
You mean the positive?
Yes.
The camaraderie that were displayed at the polling. I think it shows that we are maturing. Our politics is maturing. We've had 16 years uninterrupted, and we cannot wish that away. It's unprecedented that we have successive elections, the 5th one for that matter, unbroken. We've never had that. This is the 4th republic, and that is worth celebrating.
Well, I believe that we've got the Inex signals back on air now, so we should be going back to the International Conference Center to continue with the declaration of the results for the presidential election.
Sokoto State is made up of 23 local government areas. And during that elections, on the 28th of March, 14 political parties fielded candidates and contested the elections. I now announce the total results, beginning with the total number of registered voters in Sokoto State, which stood at 1,663,127. 1,663,127. The number of accredited voters is 988,899. I now read the scores of the political parties that contested this election. AA 249. 249. ACPN 5 5. AD 714. 714. ADC 762. 762. APA 3482. 3482. APC 67196. 67196. CPP 1894. 1894. Hope 238. 280. Core 475. 475. NCP 686. 686. PDP 152199. 152199. PPN 605. 605. UDP 269. 269. UPP 180. 180. Total number of votes cast 8 3 4 2 5 9.
Sorry, can you take that?
Total valid votes.
Okay.
Sorry, total valid votes. 8 3 4 2 5 9. 8 3 4 2 5 9. Rejected votes 4 2 1 1 0. 4 2 1 1 0. Total votes cast 8 7 6 3 6 9.
Thank you very much. Are there any reported incidences or cancellations?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A total of there are cancellation of results in a total number of 16 registration areas. And the number of affected polling units was 25. There were 4 registration areas in Bodinga local government with 11 polling units. In Gada, 1 registration area and 2 polling units in Bor. In Isa, 1 registration area, 1 polling unit in Bor. In Raba, 3 registration areas and 3 polling units. In Shagari local government, 1 registration area, 1 polling unit. Sokoto North, 3 registration areas, 4 polling units. Sokoto South, 1 registration area, 1 polling unit. Toyota local government area, 2 registration areas, 2 polling units. In all, number of registered voters in these are affected by this cancellation stood at 12,928. These cases were largely cases of snatching ballot boxes. There was a case of a ballot box that was only returned after a day. And there are also cases of violence where the officers were beaten up. They have to be rescued by security agents. And also some overvoting in some polling units. And these have been properly documented. And the officers did not unilaterally cancel these. They consulted with the various agents, especially in areas where there was a breach of peace, which could not allow which could not say guarantee the security of the officers. So this is my report, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. You may now submit the report, the results. Next, please.
The 35th state, Mr. Chairman, is Delta State. And Professor Mobolaji Aluko was the Delta State Collation Officer. Professor Aluko, please.
Thank you very much, Prof. You are welcome. And could you introduce yourself and make your presentation?
Okay. Good evening, high table, especially the chairman, ladies and gentlemen present. My name is Bolaji Aluko, Professor Bolaji Aluko. I am Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Torquay in Bayelsa State. My state of assignment as Presidential Collation Officer was Delta State. The number of local government areas in Delta State are 25. 14 political parties took part in the presidential election in that state. Should I continue? Because you asked me just to introduce myself, but I think I went beyond that.
Please proceed, yes. I think you are appropriately introduced. Secretariat, can you zoom the Excel sheet, please? Okay, good. Thank you.
Continue. The total number of registered voters in the state was 2044372. The total number of accredited voters was 1350914. I will now proceed to announce the total votes of the political parties, party by party. AA 1467. AC
Can you please repeat again?
AA 1473.
Okay, thank you.
ACPN 916. AD 735. ADC 888. APA 478. APC 48910. CPP 813. Hope 166. COA 311. NCP 670. PDP 12111405. PPN 393. UDP 354. And last but not the least, UPP 261. I want to say again that the total number of registered voters was 2044372. The total number of valid votes was 1267773. And the total votes cast were 1306013.
Rejected, please. Number rejected?
So the number rejected was I'm sorry. The total number of valid votes was 1,267,773. The number of rejected votes was 1,7075. And the total votes cast was 1,284,848.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Are there any incidences or cancellations?
Certainly. There were incidences in 6 different local government areas out of the 25. Undokwa East with LGA code 11, Undokwa West with LGA code 12, Patani with LGA code 16, Saple with LGA code 17, Udu with LGA code 18, and Warri Southwest with LGA code 25. In Undukwa East, the entire local government, the results were not accepted because the collation was done only by the electoral officer without the presence of the collation officer. Undukwa West, 2 polling units. So Undukwa East, 50738 registered voters were affected. In Undukwa West, 2 polling units were affected, and the number of registered voters 1712. In Patani, there were 11 polling units affected, and the number of registered voters in those polling units were 5670. In Sapele, the 20 polling units affected, and the number of registered voters in those were 6324. In Udu, 17 polling units affected. The number of registered voters in those were 15744. And last, in Warri Southwest, there were 4 polling units affected, and the number of registered voters were 2443. That gives a total of 169 polling units affected and a total of 82631 registered voters affected in this election.
Okay.
All of that are put on Form EC 40G2, which I'll be prepared to submit.
Thank you so very much, Prof. You may now submit the results.
Thank you so very much. This was a continuation because there are more than one page. That's true. So we just put them this way, and then the.
Okay. Now, all cancellations have to be initial.
There were not many. There weren't really cancellations. They were highlighted. They were highlighted. There was no cancellation. That was a highlight. We didn't change anything. I just wanted to. So I can initial. And the one that I initial. Yes. We didn't put a stamp, but they said we can do that later.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Next. All right. We've taken all the results that have so far been brought. I think there is only one outstanding, and I understand that it may take 1.5 hours to 2 hours before we may be able to take it. So we will remain here until it arrives so that we can take it. So thank you very much. All right. I think it's safe to say we'll start at 8. Just to be on the safe side, yes.
Once again, there is another break. Professor Tahiru Jega as the Inex chairman, and at the same time, the presidential returning officer for the 2015 presidential election is adjourning the proceedings here at the Inex National Collation Center for another 2 hours. It is likely the proceedings will reconvene at 8 this evening or thereabout. But before we take you back to the Nigeria Decide studios with our my colleague and the resource persons that are there, let me very quickly take you through the 2 results with respect to Sokoto and Delta states that were presented by the coalition officers of those states. Sokoto State has total registered voters of 1,663,127. Total registered voters of 1,663,127 persons who are registered to vote. The accredited voters were a total of 988,899. Out of all these, APC recorded a score of 671,926, while PDP recorded a total of 152,199 votes. Total valid votes out of all this coalition is 834,259, while 42,110 votes were rejected. The total votes cast was put at 876,369. But the coalition officer declared that 15 registration areas, results for 15 registration areas were cancelled, and these registration areas were spread across 25 polling units. He declared that the infractions recorded include snatching of ballot boxes, violence which resulted in registration officers being beaten up, and overvoting in some of the polling units. The results for Delta State, as announced by, or rather presented by the coalition officer for Delta State, Professor Mobolaji Aluko, Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Otuoke in Bayelsa State, is as follows. He said there are a total of 25 local government areas in Bayelsa State, and 14 political parties were recorded to have taken part in the presidential election. Out of these, the total number of registered voters were 2,044,372. And the accredited voters were 1,350,914 accredited registered voters. Out of all these, APC recorded 48,910 votes, while PDP recorded 1,211,405 votes. Total valid votes were 1,267,773, while rejected votes were 17,075. Total votes cast were put at 1,284,848. Professor Aluko reported that there were infractions in 6 local government areas out of the 25 local government areas in Delta State. He named them as Ndukwa East, Ndukwa West, Saple, Wari, and Patani. He said substantially the results, the registration officer in this local government collated the result without the support, or rather the acquiescence of the collation officer. And all these affected about 159 polling units. For now, all the 35 states, including Federal Capital Territory, have been presented to the Inex National Collation Center, expecting results from only Borno State. And like Professor Atahir Jega did announce, it may take us to about 8 p.m. when the Inex National Collation Center will reopen and proceedings will reconvene for us to be able to know what were the results with respect of for the presidential election with respect of Borno State. At this point, let me take you back to the Nigeria Distrust Studios where my colleague and the resource persons can make their various observations with respect to these results we have so far gotten from the various coalition officers of the 35 states and FCT.
Kudu. We are back here in the Abuja studios of Nigeria Decides, and we had the results there from 2 states, Sokoto and Delta. And Eze and Jide have kept a very keen eye and keen ear too as they monitor the process. So, like Kudu said, let's even look first of all at these elections, the results coming in. Jide, I'll start with you. Let me start. I won't give you both states. Let me start with Sokoto.
Okay.
What do you think about Sokoto?
Well, Sokoto is no surprise. The governor, one of the 5 Dekampi governors of PDP to APC last year, has delivered with a whopping margin of 671,926 to 152,199. It's called Understand the Candidate of APC. Coupled with the fact that even the governor himself was running for Senate and had also done extensive campaign for his new found party. It's just that it also tells a story of maybe what might likely happen during the governorship in terms of...
No, we'll come to that later. But you know, Eze, he talked now about ethnic and religious lines. But you know, but while you were speaking earlier, you talked about the fact that we're having a change. That's not just a question of those same sentiments any longer.
Oh, well, that's not playing out all everywhere. It's played out in some places, but there are people who are still attached to their roots. What Jide left out in Sokoto is that a ruthless combination of the governor and the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives will be a very formidable. And then when you understand that the people in PDP have been in the cold politically for a while, because the transition from DPP to PDP for Wamako, and then now APC, had kept him constantly in touch with the people for a very long stretch of time. And I think Tambuwal has also played the right politics in terms of his public carriage and presentation, that has connected with these people, and they are likely going to reward them in that direction. But PDP drowned. I want to use your word. PDP drowned APC in Delta State, and that's not is not something surprising. Really, there's a son of the soil feeling around that environment. In spite of whatever you say, people felt that they have a responsibility to defend their own, and you can't blame them too much. But what's important is that, like I said, we need each other. Nigeria cannot, no part of Nigeria can proceed in any manner without that interconnectivity. The elections are over in clear terms, apart from this one result now. The winners and the losers must come together. Nigeria is bigger than all of us. We need to take these trends, the unity that we are seeing forming among the southern states. We will need to use that energy to work for the betterment of the country, and then work for growth and development of the country, rather than continue to play on those things that divide us. That's why I'm playing that up. That's not to say I don't understand the other intricacies, but I think that our responsibility right now is to begin to heal the wounds that were put together during the campaigns, begin to see how we can forge a more cohesive country, because the truth of the matter is that our country got to a point where everything that was holding us together was almost being torn to shreds. And now that the elections is over, in clear terms, we should be able to come together and heal our wounds.
Heal the wounds, forge a common unity. I mean, those are points that we take away from that, and very shortly, just before really I round off here, as a matter of fact, in 2011, PDP won Sokoto State.
Yeah, PDP won in Sokoto in 2011. Again, what is the strength of the opposition as at that time? That is the question to ask. They were fragmented. CPC was going its way, ACN was going its way, AMPP was going its way, DPP was going its way. But now there is a coalition of forces, allied forces, if I might be allowed to use that. It's the allied forces of APC that we have seen the arsenal that has been deployed into this election. And like my colleague on the panel said, the Tambua factor cannot also be ignored, because he knew that he has to set the tone for his own gubernatorial election coming up in 2 weeks.
Well, we're going to talk about all that, a bit later, but right now it's time that I round off here, because we've got the news coming up. So, Jide, I'd like to thank you for spending your whole day here with us. That's worth the sacrifice.
It's a national sacrifice.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad to do it.
And Eze, we are beginning to heal the wounds.
Well, it's good reconnecting with you too. That's important. You've been away for a long time.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Well, that's it here in the Niger Decide Studios in Abuja, and I would like to hand you over to the News 24 now for the news at 6.
NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. For more information and news updates, visit our website at www.nta.ng, or you can follow us on Twitter at NTA News Now, or you can like us on Facebook at NTA Network News. Stay connected on our YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/NTA News Online. Watch our live stream at www.nta.ng/live.
The best
This is the network service of the NTA.
Just take a step.